Welcome. I'm very sad today. The reason is that the World Cup is coming to an end. I don't know what I will do with my life. I have no idea. And I have to wait for another 4 years before another one comes up again. I don't know.
In New York City, as we await the final face-off on Sunday between the two amazing teams, Spain and Argentina. I watched that pass that Messi made, and not knowing as much as the people in this room, but I know about sports and I know about a little bit about soccer. But I watched Messi, and he was well guarded, right? Well guarded, and all of a sudden he's standing on the right. You understand what I'm talking about? I don't know if anybody didn't. I just noticed it by a great player. And then he moved to the right, and the other player was just standing there. And he had plenty of time. He kicked it. It was within, I would say, a quarter of an inch of being perfect. And that was the end of the game. It was brilliant. And he's...
Look, I promise you, by the next time the World Cup will happen again, I'm going to know about soccer. I can't believe that an American knows more about soccer than I do. This is a promise. 4 years from now, I will be commenting on all the games. I'll be telling you what is going on. How is it possible? Now, if you understand what the man was saying that happened, then you might be able to understand Nigeria better than us. I'm telling you. Take a look. Some of the hits of the week.
My prayer is that God will give you peace. And I want you to forget yesterday. It is even better here. I don't believe leaving this country is the right thing to do. Since I was elected as governor, it's only once I traveled out of this country. What am I looking for that is not here? And let me tell you, when you work hard in this country, there are opportunities. Traveling out of this country is even a setback. First of all, you will struggle to have the visa. Then you struggle again to buy ticket. All those money, if you invest it here, within a short time, you make a lot of money out of it. Then you go there, then start struggling to settle down, to have your papers. A lot. But when you put those energy here, you become a billionaire.
Wow. Wow. Why didn't someone tell me this? You know how long I've been Why didn't someone tell me this? And why are they trying to get people not to go out of the country? Why? They don't want them to see how things are in other parts of the world. Is that the reason? We had what is the name of that guy that was saying that people go outside and do care work and that they make money at the end. They don't have up to 60,000 naira at the end of the month, that people making 60,000 naira in Nigeria are better off. What is this about? Telling people, young people, not to leave the country. I don't get it. And they are messing up the country. Now, if you watch the news this week and you see the number of properties that former Attorney General, the chief law enforcer of the country, forfeited to the federal government, are you going to tell young people to stay in such a country? I don't get it. But you've never been out of the country other than once. I promise you, Ovie will invite you. I think we should invite him to New York. We should bring him to New York. These are the characters who are running the country, and it's very confusing. Just to show you one more of such people.
I want to go outside what we are doing. I would have asked a question. When there was a picture showing one of our senators in a plane massaging the leg of a girl. Senator Shumole, Senator, your friend, your very good friend, Senator Lalong, came to give me security information. He said we just ignored the massage because we thought it was AI. But if you have another evidence, we have a petition before us. We can look into it if it's not AI. But in the meantime, my colleagues, the Senate in the committee.
All right, this is not funny, but it's funny. So this is what's going on here. Senator Oshomole was raising objection to a candidate that they are planning to make. They voted to make him ambassador. Now, this guy was a professor, vice chancellor of Aboyemi. Was a vice chancellor who was kicked out of school because of allegation of sexual harassment against him. So he came up on the Senate floor, and Oshomole said, "We can't make this person an ambassador. Look at his history. Look at the stories around him." And of course, they ignored that and voted to make him an ambassador. And just to get back on Oshomole, Akpabio raised the issue of him massaging a lady's foot in a private jet. These are the people who are running your country. This is how they see the world. No wonder you have Femi Gbajabiamila as chief of staff, despite his issue in Atlanta. Went back home and Tinubu picked him. The same people, they all have cases with EFCC that have been buried. They don't take anything seriously. But it's something more serious, which happened this week, and that was David Umahi and the young lady that died at his home. David Umahi, you guys know him, was former governor of Ebonyi State. Currently, he is minister in charge of works. His story is amazing. How he became a billionaire. When he was governor, people who disappeared, engineers that disappeared, 5 of them died. All these cases, everything around him is murky. And then this one happened. Now, even if the story he told, he came out. Umahi came out and explained himself. He told the story of what happened that is different from what the media has been reporting or what people have been making of the story. And you know what? Let me play you a little bit of that, and then I'll tell you what I think about Umahi and his commentary. Let's see. Umahi responding to media accusation.
The information I want to correct is that the lady in question was like a daughter to me. She had stayed with me for 3 years. She was a staff of the Federal Medical University. She was a nurse and not a physiotherapist. And the family and my family are like one family. And she has her medical records in Turkish hospital, being paid by us. She spoke to her boyfriend at the hour of her death and complaining that she was bleeding from the nose. And the boyfriend said, no, you have to report. You say it has stopped. So the boyfriend said, listen, I will not continue this conversation since you are bleeding. It will increase the bleeding. And she told the boyfriend, don't cut the call. The boyfriend cut the call. And 3 minutes later, the boyfriend called again. She was not responding. And even in the morning, she told the boyfriend she was going to bath because she locked her door, So even in the morning, when they broke the door and discovered her dead, the tap was still running, So, but what baffles me, in this country is that everything becomes an opportunity. Now, there is a guest house where her and the second medical person stay. And that is very far from where I stay. And so it means that, God forbid, somebody dies in Ministry of Works, the minister must be accountable to that. Is that what they're saying? Is that they're saying that somebody cannot die? Is that, have they checked the medical records of the lady? Do they know, that this lady was like a daughter to me? And that everything goes into politics. But what I say to people, be careful. Life is spiritual. When you want to use the unfortunate death of a young girl to play politics, if we have hands in the killings, it will follow us in our family. But if we don't have hands and you are jumping into it, behold, this is David. I'm a man of full grace. You don't, tackle me anyhow and you go out of it. So be careful when you want to use the death of that young lady. One of my best workers, a nurse, a staff of the federal. Somebody said, they were transported. The second girl is from Benue State, and that girl has worked with me as a governor before she was employed. And so when people darken the so while I'm not talking to the president, that means nothing, but very painful to me that that girl passed on. It's very difficult to replace her. And the parents will be begging them, allow for autopsy to happen. They say it's against their culture. But the question is that if she were a Muslim, will you be insisting that autopsy will happen? But we insisted to our lawyer that autopsy should happen. And we are begging the parents to allow autopsy to happen. And I say, no, it's against their culture. And so we have a statement, and only God will resolve it, because I have directed that.
This is a sad story. Now, the Umahi got the parents to sign an affidavit saying that they didn't want an autopsy. This idea that it's against the culture or the parents didn't want it, is giving the impression that the parents did not want to know what killed their daughter. Now, even if all these stories from Umahi, they are exactly the way it happened, the aesthetic of what he's saying, how he's saying it, and what is happening here, how it happened, is troubling, quite troubling. He went on to threaten people that he's going to sue people, he's going to take people to court under the cyberbullying law for what they are saying about the incident, that he's going to pray, that he's a prayer warrior. It's just the sadness of this story that I wish we could get through that before we can talk about characters like Umahi and how they see public service, what they think is public service. I understand that he hasn't had any experience in places where there is standard. And when he was governor of Ebonyi State, he ran it like it was his own personal property. I understand that. But we have to raise the standard of public service in Nigeria. Asking people to be accountable for things that happened under them, under their watch. It's not a crime. Umahi should be able to answer questions from the media. This happened in your home. Be open. Don't try to intimidate people. It's not wrong for them to ask you questions. Ordinary people will have been locked up the way they do it in Nigeria. That's how you guys do it. But you're here trying to intimidate people. That's not what should happen. Anyway, it's something that is very sad, but we will get to this issue of standard. I think that's the core issue in Nigeria. Lack of standard. I'm sure this is not how they do it in Kenya, in Ghana, in Namibia, in Cote d'Ivoire. This is not how government officials respond when something happens. But in Nigeria, they think they are gods. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. There's something actually that is also of surprise to me, which was the Governor Makinde came out and demanded that the UN should investigate the kidnapping of school kids in his state. First of all, I don't know what UN UN doesn't go around investigating things. I don't know UN body, any organization under the United Nations that will do that. But of course, there were reactions, and one of the reactions came from Oshomole, senator from Edo State.
I read this morning in newspapers, and I've seen it with the electronic. The governor of Oyo State calling on the United Nations to investigate the overall circumstances surrounding the kidnap and even the rescue. I thought that was the most unstatemanly. It was carrying partisan politics too far, and this Senate should condemn his unguided statement. Nigeria is a sovereign nation. When we wake up and call on foreign authorities to investigate, this is one case in which our armed forces have shown that without paying ransom, even if it meant that these children and some of the elders had to be in captivity for almost 2 months, that the armed forces were working quietly to have these rescue operations, which, as well captured in this motion, led to some loss of life. To trivialize it, to suggest, as the governor of Oyo State seems to have done.
All right, I'll Shomole, keep quiet. This is what people, when people see these behaviors, this act, because this is just performance, people don't get to the bottom of the issue. The issue is that Makinde has no confidence that Nigeria can investigate this, that the government of Nigeria can do the investigation and come up with objective, credible answer to what happened. That's why he's looking for where, but he went to the wrong place. He's looking for who will do it for us. And a good example is the one facing you guys. There have been many issues tabled in front of you, the Senate. And what happened? The Senate will vote it down. There was an issue to investigate, what is that? I forgot. There are many cases that come up there for you guys to investigate. But you're not, okay, yeah. Femi Bajabiamila. Yes. How are you handling it? You guys voted it down. What do you want people to do? People have no confidence that you can do the job, that the Nigerian government can do the job. How can Femi Bajabiamila be facing this accusation by that Prince Adeni, and he's still there at the job? How can he be investigated? Everything goes through the chief of staff of the president. You should step aside. No. So there are several cases like this, and it makes people not to have confidence that the country can do the investigation. And that's why Makinde just started looking for who will do it. So don't show this indignation, righteous indignation, as if you guys are doing your job. You're not. Somebody in the House of Rep asked that the president should come and explain, and people went crazy. How could you? The president is the chief servant of the country. He's not a god. So calm down. Now, I'll leave that for now. Let me come back to something that is quite unfortunate, and we have cases of that. We're talking about bullying people, arresting people. This is EFCC. EFCC picked up Peter and Precious, you know them, for Naira. I think they said they mishandled the Naira and took a photo. Took this shot of them, kept them there for some days for abuse of the Naira. I don't know. I don't know. This is troubling. That this is what we are doing now, considering all the problems we have. Let me show you some of the problems we have. States defy Supreme Court, control 10 trillion naira local government allocation. The Supreme Court said that the states should leave this money for the local governments to use and run the affairs of the local governments. But the governors are still defying the Supreme Court. And who will stop them? Not the lawmakers, they don't feel they have the power, and not the EFCC and all those other people. They don't feel the ICPC, they don't feel they have the power. So if somebody now calls on the UN to come and stop not the president, not the Senate, these are problems we have. This is another one. Oh yeah, the U.S. House of Rep here, they just moved that they will, they passed a bill where they want to strip Nigeria of the money they give us every I think it's about $600 million financial aid. I don't know what they call it. They call it aid, to Nigeria, because of the killings going on in the country. Something has to be done. This is another problem. Federal government renames Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway after Malami Tinubu. Now, I don't understand this. You know, is a sign that of the time that we are now. People renaming things after themselves. It happens here too. We have Trump renaming things after himself, and Florida renamed one airport after Trump while they were still in office. The issue is this: we're far away. We're so far away. Why would Tinubu want that to be done while he's still in office? While the job is not even done? Why? Are you afraid that when you are out, nobody will acknowledge what you did? What is going on? Why are people so vain? History will judge you. And history is not what is being written today. It's just a draft. You want to do things that 100 years from now, you'll be in the good books of history. Not the one that is written when you are still there. Someone can delete it, change it, remove it. Why? Is it that these people don't think? They don't have a wide view of history. Even if you build monuments, they can be knocked down. Why? Africans, who did this to us? Who did this to us? Finally, federal government raised WAEC NADECO fees to 50,000 naira per candidate. I don't even know, you pay 50,000 naira to register for WAEC. Now, the minimum wage is still 60 or 70,000 naira. So let's say your parents, you have parents who are making minimum wage. So for you to register for this exam, every child will have to pay almost the minimum wage. I don't know wherever in the world you live. Think about that. When you have to use your monthly pay to register your child to take an exam. Is that a country that is serious about education? Is it? Meanwhile, the president, when he was running for office, actually promised that he would pay for everybody. All your kids, I'm going to pay their WAEC exam. Let me show you.
Your children's West Africa examination fee is paid by us. Yes. So that no one no matter how poor, is left behind. The symbol of our party is broom. The symbol of my camp is breaking shackles of poverty. You break the shackle of poverty. You break the shackle of ignorance. Inequality. You broke the party and the shackle of.
Yep. This is how he's breaking the shackle of poverty by charging 50,000 naira for people to buy a WAEC form. Not for you to pass. It's just to think about it, take the exam. Anyway, people complained and the government said, okay, we're not going to increase it. I don't know. But this is unbelievable. We're not even talking about the money they've been spending, borrowing, spending, unaccounted for. It got so bad that news anchors are weeping, breaking down, just thinking about it. Just think about the money that former Attorney General stole, the properties. It's pure decadence. What are they doing with the money? What do you need those houses for? Who will live there? Who will manage it? All right, we will stop it here. Femi Falana raised an issue about houses that Wike built for judges. And I saw some lawyers arguing against Falana's position. They were saying that we had to start somewhere. They did not see the conflict of interest. They did not see the unfairness. They did not see what people who are not lawyers could see. It made me lose a little bit of the small hope I had. Let's end with this.
That we have got to a stage in the country where we need to challenge the special privileges given to the rich and top public officers in the country. Yesterday, I was watching the telly. It was very sad when I saw that the federal government was handing over the keys of houses to judges. And I asked myself, under what law are we operating from? Because it's discriminatory and illegal. You must treat equals equal in our country. So you can't take out judges. Judges are entitled to accommodation, by the way. They must live comfortably, they must well secured. But other citizens must be equally provided for. If you don't do it, you can be challenged. And that is going to happen very soon. Because what is good for the goose is good for the gander. If you have a professor who also has to render services to the society, and those professors are not paid well, nobody talks of providing houses for them. Now, they were living in rented quarters. These days, there are not enough quarters for them. So we must also look at that. If governors who are in the National Assembly, about 21 of them, are taking salaries from the National Assembly and jumbo allowances, and they are also entitled to a house in the state where they govern for 4 or 8 years, and another house in Abuja, and you have a civil servant who has worked for 35 years, and is just turned out at the end of the day. So we must insist that equality before the law in our country is respected.
All right, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for joining us. It's Saturday, July the 18th, 2026. Tomorrow is the World Cup. I'm happy that some people are watching today. I thought everybody will be busy watching the third place game that is happening today. But thank you so much. We have a lot to cover. International news, African news, and Nigerian news. So we are going to touch on Trump. He had a prime time speech on Thursday talking about election fraud in America and China as the country that is interfering with the election in China, in America. In Nigeria, we have this big story about Umahi, the Minister of Works, who is explaining what happened to the lady that died in his house. Malami, former Attorney General, is going to forfeit 48 properties all across Nigeria. It's crazy out there. The election is happening very soon. We have Peter Obi traveling around the world trying to raise interest in what's going on. We have Tinubu picking Shetima as his VP again. So all those things are happening at the same time. So we're going to go straight and talk on those things. But before we go, there's something going on I want to show you guys before I bring everybody in. This is it's getting tough out there. Let's watch this.
I don't want people to suffer. I play in that space. I do a lot of advocacy for people. But Ayo, we need to jolt our leaders. Ayo, what happened to this country? We are seeing the likes of the Machimogu. We have seen the likes of Malami, Forfeits and everything. We need to jolt our country back. Ayo, I cry for Nigeria this morning. Let me read something to you. Why I'm crying, why I scream sometimes for this country. On the 23rd of December 1974, Nigeria signed a long-term borrowing agreement with the World Bank. Under this agreement, Nigeria provided $240 million in net resources to the World Bank reserves. And we're borrowing World Bank money.
We were lending.
We're lending World Bank money to do development projects for other countries. In 1975, we also lent $120 million to the IMF. This country was not depending on aid in the 70s. I feel like crying this morning. What has happened to this country? And because people are looting the country dry. The same country that was lending World Bank money to $40 million in the 70s. In that same 70s, do you know that Britain was going to the World Bank to loan money because they had an economic crisis? That time we were lending them money.
All right, Dr. Batu.
All right. It's getting emotional out there. At a point, what we play around with, what we talk about as if they don't matter, will become issues that our people have to draw a line. Welcome to the show. I see everybody here. Mr. James, thank you so much for joining us. The flagship, thank you for being here. Tony, thank you. Bobolo, thank you. Solid, thank you. One Africa, thank you. Femi. I like when people change names. And I always think, how did they think about this? You know, I need to change my name. I'll have to pick something more important than what I used to be. And then I'll pick One Africa. All right, when I get to everybody, you tell us why and how you came up with that. Thank you again for joining. Let me just go through and say hello, and I want to hear stories you are following that I probably did not touch on the intro. Let me start with you, the flagship. Welcome.
Rudolph, good afternoon. How are you today?
Good.
Good. It's good to see you. And hello to everyone. Rudolph, you know, last week I was here, or rather we were greeted with the good news of the kids that were released from the bushes in, is it not
Oyo State?
Oyo State.
Yeah.
I was going to mistake it for a while. was a gladding news to everyone in the nation and the world. And I asked the question here to get clarification if these kids were released or rescued as told by the nation. And your very bosom friend came here and he gave a very, very dramatic speech on how clinical stealth.
The flagship. I have to stop you. I have the video.
I
also know that from the narrative that we have been hearing for the last, since those children have been rescued, not released, by the way, because I noticed the pivoting that's already going on, that were they rescued, were they released. Several of those bandits, insurgents were pied, 8 of them are arrested. So that doesn't tell you that a ransom was paid or they were released. They were forcefully rescued from those people, which is to the applause of our security forces. Nowhere in the world, name me one American mission that has ended so elegantly. Surgical extraction of very vulnerable children from the clutches of excessive violence, the excellence that is the Nigerian army, coordinated by the president. But then, of course, you know, that runs contrary to the narrative you want to run.
All right, that's your video.
You have it there, and the world can see it. You know, it's these guys have what I consider one of the most difficult jobs in the world right now, defending this path of a government and administration that we have. Hosseini Rufai is crying. I was numbed throughout the week. Have you heard the testimony or report of one of the folks that were captured?
I have the video. Hold on.
In school, and as well, I was the last person that was released in that bush.
Okay.
Because the anchor that was on the both teachers, the teacher is not ordinary teacher. It's even my VP. It's my VP. So I'm the school counselor. So when the anchor was, there was particularly they wanted to lose the anchor when we want to hit. So the anchor of the key now break. When the key break, that man's hand was loose. So the anchor was with me till the day they released us. So there was no key to lose the anchor from my hand. That was the way I was carrying the anchor. So when they released us, everybody had gone.
Okay.
So they now said, I cannot carry this anchor home. That they will look for a way to lose the anchor. So one of them said, maybe they should cut off my hand. So the other said, no, they should not cut off my hand, though. That they should not worry, that they will look for a way to handcuff me. So he now went to look for just small tiny rope. It was the tiny rope he used to lose the ankle. So that was how I was also released. So my people had gone far. I don't know how the route they took. I was just hearing their sound. So I was just running towards a direction. Their commander called me again. He pointed gun at me. He said, come. When he pointed gun at me, he said, come. I was afraid that only me in this bush. Is this how I'm going to die?
That's
he told me to come back.
The ISWAP commander, the terrorist commander.
The one inside the bush, their commander inside the bush. I can say maybe their chief commander. Let me put it that way. Their chief commander. He called me because I should come. Where am I going? I said, I don't know where I thought this is the route my people passed. Now told me to come. So when I got to him, he told me that I should take this route, that this is the route he took. So I now run to the direction he told me they took, so he followed me. So as I was running, I was looking at the back so that he won't shoot me. So we trekked from that place, like, let me say, like 40 to 1 hour to where they provided motorcycle, bike, Okada that took us from that bush to near to the nearest village.
Okay, so when
it was for like, let me say 1 hour 30 minutes to that village, they now stopped. They said they can't go further again. So that was where they stopped and they told us to move with our leg. So we moved for 1 hour 30 minutes with our leg, both the principal, the VP, the staff, the student, and the purpose. So we checked for 1 hour 30 minutes before we get to where those things are to rescue. Government said to come and rescue us with.
All right.
So Rudolph.
Yeah.
That is the very clinical, stealth, and very dramatic way the captives were released, as described by your friend who was here last week. I wish that he would come back and, well, actually, it's not necessary because I don't want any drama to begin before the show starts. You know, Rufai is crying and he asks a very salient question. What happened to our country? But I think the biggest question here to ask is, are we still going to have a country by the time these guys are done? It is scary, Rudolph. It's very worrisome. It's very difficult to understand. It means everything we are being told is a lie. This government is a lie from top to bottom. Like, this is abracadabra personified. Every single thing, the loans we are borrowing, the kind of agreements we are signing outside, we just don't know what they are. Even if we do, we really can't tell if these things are true. For all I know, we may have been sold and the change put in the pocket of these guys. And when they are done, we might have to think about new names that we may want to start calling ourselves as individuals. Because, like Awolowo said, it's like we really are just in a mere geographical expression and not really a country. So this is very, I'm worried, Rudolph. I really, when I listened to that thing live, it was about 4 a.m. there about my time here. I was shaking to my bones and I really don't know what to say. And how these guys come on global screens and just, it's a shame to say the least for your friend who came here last week. I will stop with this, Rudolph, please. I need to find out where you buy that water that you drink, right? That makes you not to flinch a muscle when it comes to Nigerian matters. You're calm, cool, and collected. It seems like the one that I have is doing the opposite for me, and I don't know what to do. So please, now tell me where you buy that water. I really need it at this point because there's just no point in killing oneself over Nigeria because we just don't know who we are, who's governing us, and where we are going. It's a very worrisome situation.
And thank you, the flagship. My executive producer said that the more the people that came out from the bush, the more they speak, the more the government story collapses.
By the way, do you have the video of the military chiefs that came out to describe how this was done? I think they showed us some videos of drones.
Oh, I've not seen that one. No.
Yeah, they did, man. It's very. We're the butt joke of the world, Rudolph.
Wow. All right. So one of the teachers, free teachers, said that the kidnappers started washing our clothes.
Can you imagine that?
We began to smell. That was why we looked very clean when we were released.
It is shameful, Rudolph. This thing beats my imagination. How do they get from being so fierce that they will behead a guy on camera and show it to the whole world? Fierce to washing clothes. It's hard to believe what's coming out of that place. I'll stop here, Rudolph, please.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, the flagship. Let me go to Mr. James. Mr. James, hello. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Have we started?
No, I'm just going around saying hello. It was just that the flagship went into something I was prepared to talk about. Yeah, go ahead.
It's okay. I don't know. What should I speak of?
Oh, what story are you following? Is there anything that is important to you that we've not touched that that you want to shine light on? Hmm?
Yeah, the issue of asking the UN to come and investigate the matter. Remember, the man is a governor of a state, and this incident happened in his own state. There must be reasons prompting why he wants the UN to step into the matter. If he's right or wrong, that is a different issue. They've been telling us different contradictory stories. They said they think they also kidnapped the relatives of the kidnappers and things like that, and they sent them the video. which I find very, very difficult to believe, because if you know their relatives, how did you get to know their relatives? That account in Republic of Benin, where they asked them to pay some money, did they effect any arrests? And I think Mr. Falana made a point when he said that a person shall not be arrested in lieu of a suspect. The relatives of the kidnappers committed no offense. So why should the government of Nigeria become a lawbreaker by arresting innocent people who, I mean, it's so murky the way I look at it. Then the issue of Mr. David Umahi or whatever it's called, I cannot say if he's guilty or not guilty. There was an incident in Bender State in the year 19, can't remember the year. As a prelude to the rise of Lawrence Anini and his gang, who were terrorizing the state, a boy was caught, his name is Kingsley, for armed robbery, and he was standing trial in the tribunal headed by Donald Justice Ikomi of Bender State of those days. While the trial was going on, a police constable guarding his house was killed extrajudicially, and the man claimed to be innocent of the charge. Immediately, he was asked to step aside as a judge. He was put on trial in Benin City, Bender State, Saple Road, Benin City, Bender State. I remember lawyer Rotimi Williams was his defense lawyer. Rotimi Williams won the case because they said that while the man was being killed, the police constable said, "Oh, God don't kill me, oh, God don't kill me." On the basis of that, they suspected Ikomi. Now the issue is, according to Rotimi, the defense lawyer Rotimi said, if Oga don't kill him, who is the Oga is referring to? The Oga could be his police boss in the barracks or somewhere else, not necessarily Ikomi. Anyway, Ikomi won the case and he stepped aside as a judge finally. He's from the Delta part of Bender State those days. So in a case of this nature, Mr. David Umahi must step aside, just like Bajabia whatever.
Bajabia Mila.
In fact, the Benin will call him Igba Agiabia Mila. It means something in Benin City. I will not explain it. Igba Agiabia Mila. Anyway, so they must step aside for proper investigation to take place. If they are exonerated, they will be congratulated. If they are not, they face the music. That is how to run a country. Personally, I believe that Nigeria as a country is beyond redemption. No matter how hard we strive, Nigeria is gone and it's gone forever. You heard what his name was, Seni Rufai was saying. When I was a student at Western Boys High School in Benin, I had the thought of going to some overseas university. The exchange rate in those days was 80 kobo to $1. 80 Nigerian kobo to $1. That was when I left the high school in 1977. Where are we today? So we should be thinking of post-Nigerian republics. How should we govern ourselves if the country eventually scatters so that we don't be like Southern Sudan?
All right.
Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. James. Whenever I hear people talk about how the exchange rate of naira to dollar in 1970s, I always wonder why they did not buy a lot of dollars that time. Mr. James, can you imagine if you had bought $1 million that time?
Sorry for interrupting you. When I was in the primary school those days, I think I was in primary 6. A relative of my father traveled to New York. Do you know how much he paid? From Benin City Airport to Ikeja to New York, from New York back to Ikeja and Benin City, 366 naira. A return ticket. There was no Murtala Mohammed Airport in those days because it was Obasanjo's government that built that airport, military government. They were using Ikeja, that's the BOAC, British Overseas Airways Corporation Airport, at Ikeja. He paid 366 naira for a return ticket from Benin City to New York and back to Benin City. So this is we are just living in a fool's paradise, thinking that Nigeria will.
Well, Mr. J,
yes,
how many percent of the population can boast of having 300,000 naira as at that time?
Infinitesimal.
All right. Thank you, James.
You know what I mean? When the mathematicians say infinitesimal, it's so small that you cannot measure it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James. Tony, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Greetings, everyone. I think basically you touched on quite a lot of issues. My focus would actually be on Professor by experience, that is Umahi, and his account of what transpired in his house. Speaking like an eyewitness, because there are certain imponderables here that we need to interrogate. He knew how the girl was speaking with the boyfriend. Was he there? Did the girl tell him? Because how did he get those information? Those are very personal information. And, he narrated from how his nose was bleeding, and all those stuff. Where did he get all that information from? Was he in the house? Because someone told him. So that's unclear. Two, why are people always coming to his house to stay? I mean, we saw the issue of the girl, the lady who accused him of not paying her for certain contracts that were done. She was invited to the man's house. And, she told this whole story of the man coming at night with a towel in his house, and she refused all entreaties by the man to do whatever. So if that had happened, would we still see this kind of thing that we're seeing here? Those are questions that we have to ask. And this is the man who came out to say at a point that he's very dangerous, and that he said it himself. I mean, I don't know if you had that video. He's very dangerous. He's made a lot of money now. He's rich. I mean, what did he mean by saying that he's dangerous? And you talked about the five Nilan brothers. If you dig deep into the things that we hear, the connection with the guy called Small, who eventually died, and how there was a triangulation of the phone that was being used and tracked, and someone who is associated with the same Umahi now in Asurok, was the communication between this guy. This was the same guy who called a relation of one of those who were one of the 5 engineers to say, listen, there was some incident, send me 50,000 and so on and so forth. So that was being investigated. It was shut down. And so many other issues of a man who worked for him, his classmate, and he didn't pay, and I think eventually he paid. And there was another lady, I think, based in the U.S., who is an engineer, and talked about. So there's so much. When you have a minister or someone who's working for government associated with all these type of things, the commonsensical thing, what happens is that he steps down, or public pressure, public opinion will make him step down. And that's why I find this whole issue of Baja, very, very offensive. And I'm wondering, the picture that we have, if you look at the entire thing, is that the greatest problem that we have today in Nigeria is not Boko Haram and the insurgency and all that. The greatest problem that we have, in my opinion, is political banditry. Because if you look at the list of those who are governing you from top to bottom, you can identify issues, whether it's the president or his vice or Yahaya Bello, who's been a serving governor and now is cleared. The institutions are supposed to pick people who supposedly have infractions or are alleged to have or have been investigated, even though the Constitution presumes that you are innocent before you are proven guilty. But the fact that you have issues and questions, will put you off until those issues are cleared before you can contest for election. This is what happens in, developed climes and that we are aspiring or we are emulating, whether it's Okowa, my former governor, or whether it's Dapo Abiodun, who had issues. That was not captured. He has served for 2 terms. Now he's going for Senate. No issues were found yet. If you dig deep, there are a couple of things that you're going to see. Whether is we talk about Bajamia Mila, keeps coming up and on and on. Some of the issues that you pointed out. Minister for State for Defense. People who pointed accusing fingers on the minister about connections with terrorists here and there and so on, still serving. Are you going to talk about the professor you played that was nominated and came for screening before the Senate? And there were issues. How can you nominate that kind of person? Or are you going to talk about Ned Imaswan? If you check again, he's serving senator, you check, you're going to find the things that you're going to find. Because he was here, he was abroad in the US, and there were issues. A lawyer, they had issues. Ushomole. Mahmoud, former INEC chairman, I call him Mahmoud, graduated with the position of an ambassador position. Kind of saying thank you for doing a good job, quote and unquote. You can talk about IBAC. And then you have a minister in Abuja who has never done any job, private job, or politics all his life. Driving a Rolls Royce, he has houses here and there, he has a private jet, he has a property in the US.
Not one, three.
So you're asking, where are the institutions that are supposed to check, to screen, and to make sure that, where's the EFCC? Or is it just going after perceived political enemies? Where's the DSS? So there's so much to say. And then do you want to talk about the fake agency thing? The scandal, which is still vibrating, the other day I heard about an Almajiri school that was in the vote for 2026. And under that subhead, there were monies that were allocated at Almajiri schools in the north to build schools and, get them to school and so on and everything that is required. Now, the head there, we understand that the votes were used to go and construct roads in Ogun State. And then you have a horticultural research institution in Ibadan. Those provided, used, to go and build MA houses in the north. So you find out that the way they move money today, they look for an agency that is like almost moribund or that the people are not looking at. They put in money there, and then move it out. Just as if this guy didn't speak, the so-called fake DG, who wouldn't know what is happening. They move money in there and they use it to do whatever they want to do. So it's terrible what is happening. And that's why I started by saying that problem today is actually political banditry from those who are leading us. But let me just stop there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Tony. Femi, welcome to the show.
Good morning, Dr. Ono. Just to take you from where Mr. Tony was speaking to, specifically regarding specific ministers and just political orders. I just realized we have 40-something ministers. I just remembered that we have 40-something ministers. It's amazing. Like one of my friends would say, amazing. Now,
But they're not all equal. So you have to also know
I beg to differ.
They are super ministers and
Yeah, there could also be supra ministers. Doesn't matter. Now, as for stories in the news, and it's possible that you may have mentioned certain ones that caught my attention previously. Of course, Nigeria, there's always evolving stories. It's like we're just bombarded, both locally, internationally, depending on where you are. With respect to Nigeria, a couple of things caught my attention. And of course, we like to pretend, or Nigerian presidents like to pretend they're American presidents sometimes with these executive orders on certain economic policies, including this week, the crypto and virtual framework being put in place as if we even have the structures and we even know what they were doing. And of course, when they want to bamboozle you, they'll go back to GDP, which is where there was mention again by central bank about net FX reserves. And the question you want to ask myself, and this is something I asked a couple of people I saw when I was in Nigeria, in Lagos specifically, because of course Lagos remains the barometer by which you can at least quite comfortably try to measure the heartbeat of Nigeria. I mean, not totally, but at least to a large extent. And I saw people doing the same thing we continue to do, sitting under canopies, trying to register for APC or whatever to collect their cards. And some of the few people I interacted with, not because I didn't know the answer per se, it's always the same thing. And that is before you get to the not so minor issue of suddenly we've gone to the point from rice, money to meat. And of course, they've advised you, Rudolph, in case you decide to move back to Nigeria, to go and fry akara. There's also the issue of big tech and AI investigations. You know what? I don't know if you saw that as well, because it looks like there's this unending search for who else to collect money from in the name of tax or whatever. This time they continue to focus on Meta, especially with respect to data privacy. And I just found it funny because it's the same Nigeria that has managed to. That is, Nigeria is an abracadabra country. The same Nigeria that managed to practically donate data to France, the backend and all that, is now investigating Meta, Alphabet, the parent company of Google, regarding, you know what? Anyway, jeez. So, and then, okay, you spoke about, was it the former Justice Minister's property forfeiture? There's news about updates about Emefiele as well. But as I think about these things, Rudolph, I'm sure a lot of us have thought about this either subconsciously or consciously. It's just a revolving door of, by the time Tinubu and his government, if they ever leave office, according to the interview I was listening to from Chidi Odinkalu about him having a third time, I don't know how that's going to be possible. But if he never ever leaves office, I am hoping the person that takes over would thoroughly investigate, because for me, this is easily the most corrupt government ever, especially when you consider right from the Senate to even the governors to the House of Reps to the ministers, and we talk about ghosts workers and ghosts. Everybody is a ghost now. Everything Nigeria is a ghost. Now, the other thing I was okay, because there's the resumed on continuing South African xenophobic attack, and I saw something that had to do with, that was alluding to some shenanigans about that or your abduction. And at this point, I think we've become immune. Unfortunately, Nigerians in Nigeria especially have become immune to a lot of what's going on. And what continues to surprise me is I have a couple of family members, and this comes close to me, that live in Ibadan, for example. And this thing about ethnicity, I do my own experiments sometimes just to get a feel of what at least people that are of the Yoruba speaking, especially because in this day and time we have a Yoruba president, and everything is ethnic and religious in Nigeria now. So I asked a couple of my cousins and maybe uncles, aunts, a couple of people I know there, and the kind of answers you get sometimes leaves you to wonder, if Tinubu was not Yoruba, what would these same people say? It's really, it's mind-boggling. And maybe okay, just to quickly round up on the world stage, if we get to the Iran, US, whatever, there's things I want to, for those who especially think that some of us just talk on the surface. I have hardcore information that again, we've spoken about this in the past, and people will tell you the same controversy. All of those things are coming to the fore now. We're getting to a point that if we're not careful, we're going to have to make a decision whether we want to end civilization. Because sometimes people think, oh, why are you talking about the war or other countries when there's problem in Nigeria? There are things that Jagun famously says it. We do not know how, a lot of us do not understand how the world operates. And then finally, you can ring your bell. Well, finally, Donald Trump has become our continuing pundit. I don't know if you saw what he said about Harry Kane being a defensive midfielder. In fact, and of course, you can tie that to everything that's going on. If you think Joe Biden was a terrible president, and we call them the Uni Party now, the Democrats and Republicans, we call them the Uni Party. If you think Joe Biden was bad, we just start. I will stop that. I'll end that way.
All right. Thank you so much, Femi. Ovie.
Yeah. Thank you, Doctor. No, Malcolm, Doctor first, because I am fighting with you. If to say somebody was there, I think Femi is advising you to go back to Saseli Lakara. As far as I'm concerned, you were about a decade late, because I remember 3 days I spent in Nkolomofa village for Okaititi. After I know, that 3 days I only eat suya and Heineken. And imagine to say you did the sell Akara now, I would have extended my patronage to you. So take his advice. But I take offense with your interpretation of my governor's message to the Edo people. Yes, I didn't take it like a law. I'm actually in conversation with my AI lawyer now. They will reach out to you. Now, it's advising the Edo people not to relocate, right? That it is better for you to stay and we stand a chance to fight. If you fight, you stand a better chance than to move out of the country. He never said you should not go out and sightseeing. No, everybody travels. But the idea that you sell everything, that's relocation. The idea that you're struggling for people, that's a sign of relocation. So he's advising against that. And I think it's the responsibility of every leader to encourage, citizens to be more patriotic and stay home. Yes, we can criticize them for their own contribution to that commitment, their own side of the commitment. They do what is expected of them, to enable people to stay, actually strive, as they put it simply. But that doesn't give you the arm to misinterpret his message. So you never see many people no travel, go come on, they go see. But most importantly, person like me supporting him because he's a village man. And the fact that I can be proud to say yes, now only once he traveled out of Nigeria with our resources, that's a record. How many people can see that for their governor? We don't have any business at this point gallivanting the whole world with our many resources. So on that, please correct your interpretation of his message. And our life senator. See, I say life senator because he's my senator, represent my own constituency. Talking about no other person than Oshomole, behind the words, whether they throw the banter between him and the Senate president, Oshomole is the coming Senate president. His eye is on the throne. And that's what you see playing out openly. And we will see what will happen in 2027. And the fact that we have an ambition to predict the next vice president come 2031, I'm talking about the South. I think a step closer will be the Senate president, and I think he's more qualified and to vie for that seat. And if that's not the case, we have decided to collectively give him our vote for life until he dies. That seat remains his. So, regardless of how we are AI or not be AI, that's not our. It shows that our senator is healthy and is up and doing. We are proud of him. And but on news that you forget, the confidence that the APC have displayed over the week is something to talk about when they finally finalize their tickets by presenting the vice president the ticket, the certificate of return. So that shows you how serious they are and the main business. And again, they are reinforced that argument of Muslim tickets, which, as far as I'm concerned, is dead on arrival since the Muslim narrative could not scale through as much as we expect, even though we say it's still ongoing, but the signs are all over there that it's 2027, they're in support of him.
All right. Thank you, Ovie. Sully, you're next.
Yeah, so there are some stories that didn't come up here, but I was expecting them, but they were not here.
Let me know.
Let me just speak on the ones that are here first. As for the Dave Umahi, I just wasn't even interested in it. It just seemed like a distraction. Because what are they going to do even if he did it? He has been doing so many things before he came to this stage and nobody did anything, So as for Sheyi Makinde, he's not calling any UN, He knows the people he's talking to, probably obedience and very dark man supporters. They are the ones that can fall for all those rigmarole, all those low IQ, kind of strategies that he's using. If UN wants to do investigation, they are going to follow the financial trail. They are going to investigate where the money for security was spent. He will never let that happen. Sheyi Makinde will never let that happen because he pocketed the money. So he's just bluffing. If you want to believe it, then you are very gullible. And he knows most Nigerians are gullible and they are just looking for a narrative to lash onto. So he's just playing his last card. It's like an animal that is cornered. They will just push out their last card. Then when it comes to, they were demolishing a lot of houses in the east, specifically Abia State, but I see that there was no outrage about it, so we just move on from that. Then one of our, shameless Yoruba, I don't even know what he is, invited very dark man and coronated him as chieftaincy, like God Almighty. That is why nobody respects all these our traditional leaders anymore. They don't even respect themselves. And it's not really a serious title, but that illiterate has been going all over Nigeria, acting like he's not a king or a chief. He doesn't even know what it is in Nigeria. And his supporters, most of them are illiterate also, they've been supporting him. Then the obedience now realized the kind of person that Fayose is, Once they saw him fraternizing with Sheyi Tinubu, even though their Lord and Savior, very dark man, fraternizes with Sheyi Tinubu, they saw Isaac Fayose fraternizing with Sheyi Tinubu, and all of a sudden they went into opera. We can guess why they did it for Isaac Fayose and they do not do it for very dark man. They were just angry because they realize that they are gullible and they are always very gullible and anybody can take advantage of them. You just have to feed into their emotions every single time. Now, another thing I also saw is that in the Southeast, education has been increasing, which I'm very happy for because I looked at the demographic of who is, getting educated, and it was mostly the Southeast women, which makes me very happy because the women in the Southeast, they need to be liberated.
You know, I looked at some of their rules. They don't allow, you know, I'm not really too sure about it. They don't allow women to take inheritance. Do you know how much generational wealth you would have wiped out from your region for years, for decades, just by that simple rule and law? And, you know, a lot of women will be able to challenge a lot of men in the Southeast financially, which is going to change the last landscape of the Southeast in the next 5 to 10 years. You know, so we'll be seeing a lot of improvements once women start getting into positions of power. You know, a lot of immaturity will reduce in that area. Then, as far as we see with Malami, they are collecting all his properties. Very soon, Malami will start calling me to come and borrow a emergency 2K. by the time Tinubu is done with them, all these people, this is just first term. Once second term reaches, that is their end, the end of their political career. They don't know. The worst person to fight is a Yoruba person that doesn't argue back with you. Even me, I won't fight a Yoruba person that doesn't argue back with you. Those silent ones that you offend, that they just keep quiet, people like Fashola, they will plot you in a way that you will never escape from it. And they will use legal methods to plot you. You can't come with dirty hands and be fighting those kind of people. Malami, El-Rufai's children, they are on Instagram. They are living their best life. They are living their best life. You know, one of his child is even happy that they've locked up his father. And he posts this on his Instagram. Their Instagram is not public, it's private. So their family don't even care about them. Most of these people, their family don't even care about them. Tinubu is going to make them so poor that they will never imagine that in their life. And it's not going to leave any form of ability for them to make money again in their entire life. You know? So then in terms of the WAEC forms, you know, Nigeria is not going to burn down because they increased WAEC form. When they increased school fees and everybody shouted and ranted, Obi did not reduce school fees and Anambra is still standing strong. You know, even in America, they've removed so many social amenities and nobody wants to leave America. So what it falls down to is your local leaders. You have your local government chairman, you have your governors, they've increased their allocation, they've increased their funding. Why are they not subsidizing the WAEC form for you? You know, let's ask them that question. It won't cost them a lot. I thought, you know, you guys care about yourself so much, but apparently you don't. It's only when it's time to blame another tribe that you become so powerful. Once your tribesmen start doing you dirty, nobody talks, you know. So that's just some of the things that I saw.
All right. Thank you so much, Sully. Let's go to One Africa. Welcome to the show.
Well, thank you very much. Hello, viewers, and Rudolph.
Yeah.
So, you know, I just want to start by also reiterating what we know already. You know, Nigeria is a crime scene, and we say that every day, but it's becoming even more evident. You know, every day. You know, we do have someone literally who Sowore called a criminal, right? That's our leader. Where they're in court sorting that one out. And, you know, one of the things that I think it was Delori Faro to me that said this, that's thank God for Tinubu. Because many people you thought were like honorable men, you know, they would have just died in Nigeria. They would have died and would have honored them and would have, you know, talked about their legacy and all that, you know. Even, can you imagine our democracy now is, you know, the flagship of our democracy is a man like MKO Abiola, who we were singing in school, ITT, International Thief. Fela was telling us that this man was a thief. You know, now Abiola is when we talk about democracy in Nigeria, is Abiola that when we were growing up, the way we were blaming Tinubu and all, we were blaming Abiola for not allowing whatever the truth behind that, for not for ruining Nitel, right? Our telecoms and all that. He got all the contracts. He was in bed with the military people. Now Nigeria venerates Abiola. Like we've dedicated a date to honor our democracy based on the legacy of a man who we all grew up seeing as our problem. Tomorrow, one day, Tinubu will be venerated. I'm telling you, just
Yeah, but one Africa. Let me just clear this. I think it's very easy. It wasn't Abiola as a person. I think what people are saying was the election that brought him in. The election was a credible election, and the military did not allow it to go through. It was about the election, not about the man. I think that's my interpretation.
Well, that's your interpretation, and very good. And that's many times, when we try to be righteous and try to be, scholarly, and then we run into this, this cul-de-sac where we can't get out of. That's how you think about it. But trust me, many people are talking about Abiola as if he was like just a saint. He did everything. And, when people, that man could have done everything. Look, for the choice we had at the point, most of us supported Abiola because we didn't know who Tofa was for sure, right? It was just a choice between Tofa and Abiola. But the idea that we will now, like, if we're talking about maybe we had some leaders when we will talk about democracy, talking about Abiola as our flagship I'm just saying this is to tell you about what the country has become and what the country will become. I'm just talking, when you mention people like Lateef Fagbemi, right? If not for Tinubu, would we have known that he will be this kind of a person, right? Is he not the Attorney General, right? He's trying to essentially take over the NBA election that is going on, I think, today, right? Would you have thought, people thought he was a great man, a great lawyer, a great son. Without people like Tinubu, would we have known that Professor Wole Soyinka would be this kind of a person? Without him, the people like Umahi would have been, seen as real people, maybe even Wike and all these people. Look, I'll tell you one thing, thank God for Tinubu. At least, you see, everybody around Tinubu is infected. And the country is it's a cesspool of infection. If you look at what's going on, it's a cover-up. We've gone through many topics, right? We've talked about, the army making a video of themselves, like making a fool of themselves, saying that how they did an operation. They know they didn't do an operation. They know they didn't release anybody. They know that it was just a child's play. Look, like I think somebody mentioned something about the foreign reserve and all that. The foreign reserve of Nigeria, you wonder why Tinubu would be borrowing money even against the recommendation of IMF when we are having a growing, burgeoning, foreign reserve. And then you look deeper and you find out that the money is really short-term money put by investors because what they are taking away as interest is very good. And we know that if there's a quick problem, they'll pull out all that money and you can't really use that money for anything. But they tell, oh, no, we have. So why don't, if you have all that foreign reserve, why are you going to borrow more money? So the whole thing is manipulated. Interest rate is manipulated. The INEC is manipulated. People go at the back end, take your information. Even now they said they are registering. They are moving people's registration location. And then on the election day, many people are going to go there to vote. They say, oh, no, you are being allocated to Abeokuta. And you're in Mushi trying to vote. So it's a mess. And another thing I wanted to mention was the picture you put up initially of Mama P and Peter Phone. Peter Phone, that was the AI generated video. I hope you know that. Because putting up that picture is also falling into the same narrative because people put up the picture to become misleading. There was a Naira, of course, they're using the Naira, whatever, to, to target, people. I think they're just trying to put those guys into the net to now say, oh, no, we have Peter for Nigeria. We have, it's just a joke, to see if they can capitulate and collect their money. Look, I'll just switch to Umahi. Come on, Umahi is, is he professor of sacrifice now or something? What is he now? I don't know. But it's the whole charade around the affidavit and he may be well innocent. Nobody knows, but why don't you take a step back? And he was mentioning boyfriend. Where's the boyfriend? Boyfriend first should be coming out to speak for himself. And you're there taking narrative, talking about, and immediately he went on to name the Calabar Road after Tinubu to, to divert the, focus from the media. But it looks like that didn't work because everybody, the more you want to take away everybody's talking about it. Essentially, I don't think anything's going to happen to him. The problem is that he's done, right? He wants to be next president at some point whenever he comes, but his political future is done. Lastly, you can see Tinubu is more incoherent whenever he comes to public. Like this going back to the election period, right? Where he was really sick. So the cabal has taken over. We have gone to Buhari 2.0. That's why people like Baja are having a field day. If you look at just take a look. This was the same, when Malami them were doing their gig. This was the same. This is the same situation where we are now. You can see that it doesn't look like Tinubu is in control of anything that is going on. Because at least he could have at least called out some people and say, hey, let's take you out of the picture and all that. This is the cabal that has come back again full time. Look, we should all cry for our country. I'm not sure where we will land with this, but let's continue to talk and let's see what will happen.
All right. Thank you, One Africa. Thank you so much. Let's go to Ose. You have to teach me how to pronounce it.
Dr. Bowman, I will take you a class and not to pronounce my name.
I agree. Osewakan.
Osewekan. Yeah, just 3 syllables.
Osewekan. Okay.
Yeah. Ose in my native dialect is God. So God is written. Osewekan.
Okay.
It's good to be here
Rudolph,
again.
if you could put me backstage, I'll come back, please.
Okay. All right.
It's good to be here again, Dr. Damages and everyone on the panel. It's good to have all of you share your impeccable opinion and perspective on the current state of Nigeria. Sadly, every week that we come here to either on the comment section or on this panel, we have not really had any tangible progressive news. All we hear is this charade of shenanigans. But one particular event that struck me, and I was reflecting on this during of last week, was the one of Femi Gbajabiamila. I can't see myself overlooking the whole flux because when we look at the fundamental foundation of this Tinubu administration, what you see is that you instantly realize why Nigeria, is hovering at the very bottom of the global quality of life indexes. We have one of the lowest quality of life in the world, and we have our classrooms. Our classrooms are empty, and our streets are filling up with millions of out-of-school children. Sadly, so. So I think we are a nation suffering because we continually plant seeds, seeds of compromise, and then we are expecting to harvest integrity. Uh, our elders, my ancestors have a very simple, very yielding parable, and they say that I can be a mango kariti pineapple, meaning that you can't plant a mango and then you expect to pluck a sweet pineapple. It can't work. Yes, as a country, Nigeria, what we see is that we have handed the keys to our national treasury to a cartel, a cartel of documented financial actors. And somehow we are shocked. And now things are being run. Let us trace this lineage. In the Bible, once you open the Gospel of Matthew, you see the genealogy of Jesus, how he came to be. Let us go back to the people, to the key factors running this administration. Let's not forget. This very same Jagaban forfeited $500,000 linked to narcotics. It's a well-known story. So when Showore comes and says Tinubu is a criminal, it's not saying something abstract. It's a statement of facts. In logic, in symbolic logic, an argument can be cogent and not valid. It can be valid and not cogent. So in 1993, we had this massive US federal civil forfeiture surrendered by Nigerian current president. Now, when he was asked how did he make his money, he said that it was employed by a company named Deloitte, and he made so much money. Deloitte came out and said, "Hey, we have no record of you, my friend. We have no record of you." That is the president of Nigeria today. Frederick Bajabiamila has been my major subject of reflection and writing over this. Let's not forget, 2007, the damages, you remember this story because your company at the time highlighted that story. When Femi stole $25,000 in US, Georgia, this same Femi Bajabiamila stole $25,000 from his clients in Georgia, injury settlement. This is a criminal guy. So Femi is tantamount to a thief. You know, when we use all these flowery words, they stole. No. These are thieves.
Also, please add Femi Gbagamiamila because it might be please, I beg you.
You know, so we have a system where we have handed the key to our national prospects to this den of thieves, and we are all of a sudden we're just trying to see how we can harvest something that has integrity. It can happen. These guys are known. They are perpetual thieves. They have stolen everywhere. They've stolen. Someone that has the audacity, the temerity, the audacious confidence to steal in the US. Tell me you can't steal in Nigeria. So we have this historical pattern that explains to us as Nigerians a very surreal and unchecked corruption that is unfolding right before our eyes today. Huh? And we are seeing it, this massive scandal with this presidential foreign intervention. It's crazy. Now we are being asked to believe that a completely fake federal entity magically acquired a former budget code. A fake entity as a former budget code. I think that should worry an average Nigerian. That should things like this Femi scandal, Femi Amila scandal. It's not even up to what would happen in some countries, and we'll see massive protests on the street. 1.3 billion, and you see some Nigerians who I presume have some form of mental decorum, who still want to argue for this kind of issues to make it reasonable. Why things like that should be acceptable in the community of normal human beings. So ultimately, what we are dealing with here is that we have successfully given our lives to bad drivers. We are in the bus. Now, we have told them that let us change you. They said they know that they must drive this bus to the destination. But we are constantly running into accidents. So, with the issue of Femi and Tinubu and his cohort, Umahi and co, when we look at their history, I work in the medical field, and if you go to the hospital, Dr. Damages, if you go to a normal doctor, a reasonable one, they will ask you for your medical history before they can touch you out. So because they want to know if you have allergies, if some things cannot work for you, they want to know. Well, if you want to get a driving job, at least in the US, I know they'll look at your driving history. So no, if you want to drive a school bus, if this case will be safe with you, if the other road users are safe, they don't know your driving history. But in Nigeria, we don't look at histories. We just give them the job. That is the problem we're having. Emiloko. This Emiloko pandemic, where it will push us in Nigeria, Emiloko pandemic, we will not know. Oh, sorry. Okay, this Emiloko epidemic in Nigeria is pushing us into hell. Is our son. Let him just do it. We have prioritized tribalism over quality. When Mandani of New York was having his debate with the other guys before he became the insect. He gave quality, practical reasoning, but people look at his history, well, it wasn't a tribe, and they give him the job. He gave him the job. And he's doing well, I would assume. But we have gotten ourselves to a point where the history of the person, the nature of the person does not matter. And nature does not lie. Nature does not lie. So I will just leave it there for now. I will come back later. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Sully, yeah, you're raising your hand. I've not gone through with everybody for questioning, but
I just wanted to ask him a quick question.
You know what it means? He will speak for another 5 minutes. And then
I think we want to hear him speak.
Oh, okay. All right. I like, the only 3 people are allowed to use the pronoun we. Either you are editor of a newspaper, you can say we. And okay, let me not go divert. I'm wasting time. Go ahead. What's the question?
We the people.
Yeah.
So VDM, the voice of the people, the man of integrity, has done his research and he has cleared Femi Gbajamiara of any atrocities. So why should we believe you when our man of integrity, the voice of the people, has told us that he is innocent?
All right. I know what you did here. Also, go ahead. Do you have an answer for him?
No, I don't have any answers for him. I mean, the court in Georgia and where Femi committed this atrocity, as this case on file, even though he claimed later and said that he settled the person, I think VDM saying this and that doesn't really count. So
right.
I don't buy into that idea.
All right, thank you. We go to KJ, but sorry, I actually watched that video of VDM. Where I had issue with him was the assumption. He based all his conversation on the assumption that Prince Adeniyi did not meet Gbajamiamila ever. And that was the proof that he was not involved. That was totally wrong. Because I told in my column last 2 weeks about somebody who wanted a contract in Nigeria and was sent to meet a minister. That was during Jonathan's time. And he met the minister. And when the minister was walking him out of the office, the minister said to him, I don't want to see you ever again. Don't greet me if you see me anywhere on the street. And he ended up getting the contract. So people can do things without ever meeting. They can do everything they want to do. That's part of the structure of Nigeria. So that's what I found. I found that very naive for DVM to conclude based on the fact that this guy had not met Gbajamiamila, that he had nothing to do with this.
I disagree with you that is naive. When you have a pattern of when you continue to do things like this, right, and there's a pattern, then it becomes intentional. This is not the first time, and this is why I unfollowed him. This is not the first time he has defended someone corrupt. And his followers, you are smart enough to read through it. His millions of followers are not smart enough to read through it. So it's easy to use him to sell a narrative. And that is what he does anytime he talks about politics. He's always finding a way to protect somebody that is guilty.
All right.
What is the pattern of that?
All right, we'll continue with our conversation at another end. KJ, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. It's always a pleasure to be here.
Yes.
And good to see you. And I like your opening remarks about football. One thing you can't take away that the Americans don't know football. So we're always happy to tell you people we don't know that. At least, Igbos have a proverb. If you know how to quickly carry me up and knock me for ground, you don't know how to also pack me from the leg. And at least I go know how to pack you from leg, not for ground. You understand? So that one we pass on for there. So that's so much so that even your president no fit or understand the technicality and the positioning in football. Anyway, having said that, I want to quickly also go to say that my dear Soli, I think you got the Igbo thing mixed up. In fact, in Igbo land, we'll have more problem. The problem we are facing is trying to get the men, the boys, to go to school, not the women. A lot of Igbo women, and in every family, there's no girl in Igbo land that no family that we don't have women going to school problem in Igbo land. I think that's one of the myths that you guys tell about the Igbos that is totally wrong. Again, we don't also have that problem, and very few communities that have problem of inheritance that have been solved long time ago. right now in Igbo land, everybody who is a child in the family has the right to have his inheritance. And so that myth has been taken care of a long time ago. I implore you to update your data. Okay. Rudolph, I don't know, where do you want me to start? Okay. Maybe where I should start is yes, let me let you. Where do you want me to start? Because there's so many things happening.
No. Go any direction you want. We lost track because we were actually supposed to be looking at stories, but people went in depth. So go ahead.
Yes, that's why I was surprised that you.
You know, it's just to be touching base on answering the basic question. This thing where everybody's mentioning everything, leaving nothing for nobody else. It's ridiculous. I don't know what's wrong. We don't all have to talk everything in our head. What's the matter with you people? My goodness, it's quite upsetting, but please continue.
Yes, and I think what one of the the jam thing, I think that have been corrected. The National Assembly, even though we don't obey law, have asked that those jam be stop that increment. It doesn't make any sense to increase jam fees at this point where everybody is crying. And yes, I agree with Soli. If the government should be able to take care of jam fund, it shouldn't be something that will prevent people from being able to write. But where is the government and where is the people? Government that's asking the video and the Bonner Boy and the Ashake and these people to bring money to take care of their own, do their business. Is that the government that is going to bring money? So you find out that each and every time it's like a flowing, like a running flood. You try to wedge it from this side, it bursts open on the other side. You try to wedge it from that side, it bursts open. We are constantly in the battle of trying to wedge the inflow of evil, and crime and criminality. Imagine the army going to arrange a video. I mean, they must have gotten a Nollywood producer to produce whatever they produce. And everybody is behaving as if what they are seeing is correct. So when you see that there's a scripture in the Bible, it is in 2 Thessalonians. It says that when you continuously to deceive yourself, I'm paraphrasing now, after a while, God will send you the spirit of delusion. So you yourself will begin to deceive yourself, no longer deceiving people now. So when you are talking, you are deceiving yourself. You yourself know that what you are saying is not true, but you believe it in your heart that what you are saying is true. Okay, that is called the spirit of delusion. That's where we are now. Because people knowingly or unknowingly accept that whatever they are saying is true. And like you said, I watch with disdain, the young man called VBM. Much as I like some of the things he does, coming to tell us that this man is wrong. Are you telling me that young man you see was able to deceive the chief of staff, was able to deceive the secretaries of Nigerian government, SF, whatever they call it? He was able to deceive the central bank officials, deceive the Senate to call him to a meeting, deceive the number 6 man, Benjamin Carlo, to have a meeting with him. Deceive. Are you saying that anybody can just walk into the federal secretariat and get an office, and every morning you resume with 300 staff? They all go through protocols, because before you get into the federal secretariat, you show your ID card. They all go through that protocol and go in and go out on daily basis for more than 1 year. Nobody was able to dictate that these people are phantom. Okay, are you telling me that they went to open an account in 37 banks in Nigeria, and all those 37 banks could not verify their identity, and they all opened and were giving him access to resources? Are you saying that the man who was standing behind the vice president to take picture in an exclusive picture event, nobody knew who he was? You see, this is the truth. This is the lie we lie to ourselves. I think that the other nations are following us. That's why when we talk about security, everybody shouts, but it's getting better. There is no Christian genocide. Blah 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 blah. Even if you say there's Christian genocide, but they're killing Muslims. The other side to be killed. Which nation on earth make that kind of argument? but other people are being killed now. So there are some certain people who are allowed to be. What are you saying? That means we have all gone, berserk in our thinking. All right. When you anytime you bring a pressure in the system, you see so many things that you shouldn't even ordinarily even have place. This man we're talking about has police orderly. He has police orderly. Has made the EFCC chairman. They even gave him an award. What are we saying? So we're saying that we all are just we're just colluding with each other, nothing really functioning in Nigeria. If you tell me that this is how this man is so clever, one man, how about even what's the other man who sold that tower in France? He couldn't have done this. This man is more intelligent than him. Okay, that 419 guy who sold the tower in France, this guy is more intelligent than him to have deceived everybody. And not that he was in an agency that does not have interaction with the president. It was a presidential committee. The highest office. Why did they call the president Your Excellency? Because at that level, things are done at an excellent level. It is done it has a max office in Nigeria. We should tell ourselves the truth. More people are involved. And I agree with the guy. Now, Rudolph, do you notice that guy, when he was arrested, he flew in a private jet? Did you see the video? I have the video, I can send it to you. They took him in a private jet. So it's a presidential crime. It's a presidential investigation. He's an executive presidential criminal. In private jet with no handcuff. But meanwhile, in Nnamdi Kanu, they put him in handcuff. They are putting in handcuff every day and carrying more than 50 vehicles of highly, deadly armed officers. They block the whole street in Abuja. Cut down this thing. In fact, it cost 500 million every time they brought him to court from Kuje, wherever they were holding him, to the court office. But this guy, who was awarded, or whose agency have got 27 billion for takeoff and 3.1 or 3.6 billion for budgeting. He wasn't with a handcuff. He was strolling. The people were walking, casually. He jumped into the presidential, the executive jet they brought to take him to Abuja. So you see now who is with him there? The same people who are accusing him, the same people who they say he has defrauded. So what are they going to be telling him? Oh boy, you are joking with your life. Well, I can say this more because I know what they tell you. You are joking with your life. You better change your statements if you want to see your parents or see this. They will bring you the maximum pressure that you can no longer be able to even think, than to go and do what every other person does. If you doubt me, go and ask that lady who had a situation with David Umahi. What did she say? After she came and gave a video that what she said was not true. This is not that. This is not. She was just playing. And the same David Umahi seems to have problem with women. And those of you who say we Igbos, we don't hide thieves. We don't hide. If we are evil in our community, we talk about it. We have no reservation for it. David Umahi had become a problem in this government, and I don't know why they're waiting to not kick him out. Okay, he even made a mistake to say he is the lion of the Southeast. Who told him that lies? He must be the vulture of the Southeast, not lion at all. He mistakenly doesn't know what he is. You cannot. If the Igbos, if any of you doubt me, go when you leave this thing, ask 10 Igbo people to call leaders of the Igbos. Nobody will mention David Umahi or Jesus Okalu, because we don't identify people who don't know their source of wealth, who are 419. You keep telling us nonsense. Now, how many times will you have to have a problem with women in Nigeria before enough is being enough? How come you are the one who is telling us the story of what they get discussed with our boyfriend? Were you there when they were discussing? How did you know that it was the last number that was called? And 3 minutes later, after the guy called back, the number was no longer responding. You see, we are theater artists. We write script. What are you going to tell us? Any good, script writer will know that this is a written script. Were you in the room? You told us that the ladies spends they sleep. 2 of them work. They used to share one bedroom. So why didn't the other person open the door when since they are on the same bedroom? How did you know that? Okay, so since she was bleeding from for her nose, why didn't the blood fill the room? At least there should be once a person stops the bleed, the blood doesn't stop. It continues until it coagulates. So why didn't the blood fill the place where they picked her? Why didn't
KJ, sorry.
Oh, hold on.
No, I want to help you. I beg. What of the bruises that we see in her face and in her mouth? What happened?
My time is going. Rudolph won't give me an extra time. Look, so why didn't you call police when you discovered the body? Why did people have to move her and then at the midnight? Okay, what brought about the bruises? She fell from the bathroom to the room. What are you saying? And why will you be the one defending and giving us the story? Why didn't you let us talk to the boyfriend who is now the communication officer in your office? Okay, why didn't you now let us talk to the girl who you people eventually brought, her friend who was there, or the people who work with you, and then she disappeared for many days, or more than a week, and then shows off the affidavits? Why is the father so confident, not even talking about, are you sure that man is her father? Because the way the man is talking, not even talking like somebody who have lost a daughter. You are talking like if you took Igbo somewhere. I don't know if he's in OVS club, but however, if they are not in the same club, whatever he's displaying, Ovie, put down your hand. Is it because I come across your name? You are putting up your hand. Yeah. So now, whatever he's displaying does not show that he is somebody whose daughter is lost in this tragic form, and you just want to go and bury the body. It is, for me, totally a no-no, and I don't accept it. If there's anything you're going to hear from me, hear the fact that we do not believe Umahi's story. He is too involved with people who are disappearing, who have not been able to find the 5 engineers. These other 3 ladies have said that he tried to molest them. The one in America where they came to invest, the same story, and you destroyed those people's investment till today. Nobody has said anything. How much more are we supposed to expect from David Umahi? And then you are coming to threaten Nigerians. Anybody who talks about it, you are a prayer warrior. You are a prayer what? What? The God you serve, does it accept injustices? Something must be wrong with you people in that place. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So just to
Dr.
correct
you, an observation. If you don't change, hold on. If you don't change the time of the program, if you don't let us know officially, if not 3 hours program, 2 hours into it, we never even start. Respect our time for something. If the time don't change, so that we know how to program ourselves. We are still introducing ourselves for God's sake. 2 hours to 3 hours program.
That's not what that was what I thought. That was what I wanted to do, but that wasn't what happened. People started talking. So, okay.
Yeah, but if you want to extend the time, let us know so that we'll come 2 hours late. It doesn't mean for just come and sit here and listen to the same things. Then when we say we'll come to when the program starts.
It's a good point. I let it slide today, because of the game. So let me correct 2 things. 2 things that KJ said. KJ, you said how many women will it take for him to something like that? Remember, Apostle Suleiman, eventually he stopped, so we have hope for Mahi. I don't know why you don't. Suleiman stopped after some cases.
No, but Suleiman is a private citizen now. This one is a government official. This one is a government official handling a very important government for this thing. Who says is the lion of the southeast? The lions of the southeast don't behave this way.
Yeah, and then the other part, when you talked about you were having issues with him being a prayer warrior. My only issue was that while he was talking about getting people back at people by prayer, he was also talking about using the cyber crime. I thought one would be enough. Why don't
as a prayer warrior, I would have thought that once he goes to God, he will.
Then we'll be all right. Anyway, all right. Thank you so much, Jagun. Welcome to the show. Sorry how today is going, but it's all right.
Yes, you come to me late. I think I mentioned it already that I don't think we're very aware of our conduct when we speak. I think we're very free-minded. We don't really listen. This is a quick complaint, as it's my time now. People are asked, what caught your mind this week in the news. One or two things here and there, you know what I mean? Quick introduction. Hello, folks. No, you have to now start recounting from beginning in the far reaches of life to today. I don't know what's wrong with us. I don't think we're very fair as people. We don't seem to realize that we are the people of the show and there are other people in the show. Say something quite unique, quick, something that's, let it be interesting. In fact, you just bored me half to death. All of you who think that you are speaking something, you spoke nothing to me, and you spoke a lot of quackery on the public news. Thank you. I don't blame Rudolph. I blame
Jagu,
those.
may your days be long, Jagu. May your days be long.
I mean, you spoke to yourself, really. You didn't speak to anybody. Anyway, to lighten things up just a slight, today and tomorrow are the last 2 days of the World Cup. And whilst we speak about the convicted and annual and purposeful corruption in a country called Nigeria, I think when we put our head above the paraply,
long time.
I don't think that. Oh boy, I don't. When we put our head,
what's happening?
Check our guy, and he's a moderator.
Yeah, exactly. And we complain about our leaders. Come on, chance when they give us lead, we cannot respect ourselves.
It's not easy, my brother. And when we put our head above the paraply, we can see globally the corruption of the world's best game, the beautiful game, the game that Pele gave his name to. I love the game of football. For me, it's so deep, even though it's just entertainment, but there's so much magnificence in it. It reminds me and it reflects life. Life's magnificence, life's doldrums, life's weaknesses, life's complexities. And I love football for these reasons. Apart from Southeast London here where I live, is where the majority of the talent for football comes from in the Premiership. You can check it if you wish. I'm just saying, when this game began, it was told to me that it's going to be fixed. Whilst not wanting to believe that, I had it at the back of my head. And I thought it was going to be actually fixed for Ronaldo. In looking, I see that it was fixed, or it has been fixed, for Argentina's Messi to win. And in looking at it, I've seen many bad decisions. I've seen the Americanism spoil the game in terms of Trump himself getting involved where he has no knowledge. Incredible. I see that America, especially, I think, has learned a lot from World Cup. If there's glimpsed it, the things that I've seen online, where Americans, especially American black women, where they've been speaking about football, it really, in a short space of time, they really have kind of caught up to the remnants of the game, and I was quite applauding of the American society for that. But what was really underlined is that black Americans especially caught an understanding of the amount of black people in the world, especially in the Western world, especially Europe. They don't seem to know how many black people are out here. We being Nigerians, we have a much more salient view on the game of football and of black people around the world. I dare you Nigerians in America to make communication with your host, black Americans, and put them in a clear picture of what the whole world really looks like. And we are a majority, not a minority, like they always like to think. I end there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Jagun, for that. You mentioned a few things that are important. One of them was the idea that there is fixing of matches and this corruption in the game. I didn't point out during the introduction that there's this FIFA guy, the referee that will officiate the finals. He had some issues. I didn't know that. Somebody sent it to me. One of my producers.
Our own Dr. Amos Adamu, the same thing. happened to him.
But the most important thing is there's this video I want to play to illustrate your point about is how easily we can go into conspiracy theories about things. Just watch.
Viral. Have you seen this? This is real. It's a real photo of Messi and a baby Yamal. That's really him as a baby. Now, this is from 2007, and some fans are saying that this is a huge conspiracy and that FIFA has been scripting every game for the last 20 years. Now, that's obviously ridiculous. I mean, you have to be stupid to believe that. Until you look into it. You see, Messi is 39 now, but he was 20 in that photo. 39 minus 20 is 19, which is how old Lamine Yamal is now. And what number does Yamal wear? That's right, 19. What's more, this picture was taken in 2007, which was 19 years ago. And what was Messi's jersey number in 2007? That's right, 19. That's totally real, but it gets crazier. Because the final takes place this Sunday, July 19th.
All right.
Dr. Rameji, don't worry. I am a stone throw from the stadium where they will do the final in this.
Are you near New York?
Yeah, I'm in Jersey. I'm in Jersey City.
Okay.
I've been here. So I will try and verify that picture. I mean, the two countries will be here. I'll see if that's the conspiracy. I mean, is actually, I mean, the picture, I'm not talking about the other things when they talk, but if that picture is actually real.
All right. So finally, let's hear from Forefathers. Welcome.
Yeah, greetings, Dr. Damages. Apologies for last week and all the people that didn't show up. And greetings to all the panelists.
Stop it.
Look at that. All these bad people. Stop it. Greetings to all the panelists.
In the words of our producer, you are a dodgeon. Dodgeon.
I think it's easier. Greetings, all the panelists, the chat, and the viewers. I will try to keep it brief as much as I can. Some of the news coming out regarding the rescue of the girls, which is the students and teachers and all of them, which is a positive thing that at least they got them back. But it appears the Nigerian government used rough method to get them in terms of blackmailing family members, threatening, and all kinds of cajoling. And it didn't seem to be more of a firefight directly, but I don't understand how it cannot be a firefight when they are saying some people died. So the whole thing is full of slight contradictions between statements that were made. And the governor is also seeking investigation. I don't know how he expects the country to seek UN investigation for something like that. But that said, it just shows you that there's a lot of things that are murky in Nigeria that is not very clear. And the issue of the phantom agency in Nigeria, the more I look at it, the more it's disturbing to an extent, because it appears they are also doing some kind of funny business with the way they are investigating it. The Senate refused to investigate it. The presidency has ordered some kind of investigation that should take 30 days to report back. But the culprits are kind of pointing fingers to Gbajabiamila. So let them just find out what the culprits are alleging is true. I think that's how you tend to know what is what, isn't it? Because if he's pointing fingers to Gbajabiamila, you go and check, okay, did he pay money here? Ask him where he paid the money. People pay money to somewhere. And there are ways you can try to track these things. And the fact that everything is being muddled up, it shows that the Nigerian state again is doing that thing that they do, where they try to muddle up things that they don't want people to find out. And the same thing goes with Umahi, with the way he's going about it, basically narrating the events better than even family members of what happened to the lady, and talking about the boyfriend. And the way he's talking about it just tells you Nigeria, what Nigeria represents. Everybody's up for being bought. Even potentially, there's no evidence to it, potentially even when somebody's family member dies. It's just a matter of making the right argument to them. because for a parent to come on TV and say, let's go and bury my child, I don't care about whether how she died and all the rest. I find that very, very strange. And parents react in a certain way, but that is not what parents want to do. If their child loses their life, you want to know what happened. That is your first instinct, because 20-year-olds don't drop dead as if they are over 50 years old. And this is one of the things they started talking in Nigeria again, that, oh, we're acting as if people don't die. No, that's not how people die. Young people die, but they don't die, just don't die like that. And if they do, you have to investigate it just in case. What if the poor lady ate something that is poisonous? You want to investigate and find out, okay, so as some other child and other young people or even older people don't die. It doesn't mean Umahi is guilty of manslaughter or murder. It could be that he was having a shenanigan business and something went wrong and they tried to cover it up. There are so many potential directions this can go. What should not happen is to try to cover stuff up. Nigeria, we try to cover things up with money and power so much. And where has it gotten us? This is the Ojoro we keep seeing every day. And the whole country, people feel dissatisfied. And I'll stop with this one because it tends to be one of those recurring things that you hear about all the time. I think is it Fayoshe or one other obedient recently that seemed to have met Tinubu's son, and so he felt that some Obedience were insulting him. So he started, challenging them back and then everything. Then he went on and said, oh, I'm a Yoruba man, I will back my Yoruba person. What has that got to do with whether you're Yoruba or not? I feel like there are a lot of Southwesterners that, because Tinubu is in office, they become their tribal instincts have grown, and they are becoming more and more, a kind of tribalistic in that sense. And part of it, if you look at what VDM said about Sheun Kuti, one of the issues he had with him was accusing him of being tribalistic too. So we have to be careful, that some of these things that these people are doing now, there will be consequences. I always want, whenever I go to some of their platform, I tell them, don't think this thing is going to go unanswered, because another group is going to get into office and you're going to see them do the same things, and you're not going to like it. Changing names of your man in office, soon they will start looking for third term too. Who knows what they are going to look for? This is what our Africans do. We don't have foresight that some other person is going to come and do something worse. But I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let me just point out at this point that tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we have a show. We start at 11. We have double header at 11 a.m. New York time, which will be 4 p.m. Nigeria. We have Farida Bemba joining us. She's a writer, a Pan-Africanist, and a human rights advocate or defender from Togo. She will join us to talk about what's going on in the French-speaking parts of Africa. So if you can join us in a special time of 11 a.m. New York time and 4 p.m. Nigeria. And then at our normal time, we have Dr. Salako joining us. He's editorial board member of the Tribune newspaper and also a columnist for the paper. So he will help us to understand if we can have a healthy democracy without a vibrant opposition, independent judiciary, and a free press. That's tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa. We will take a break. When we come back, we are going to talk about this issue of Abubakar Malami, the amount of properties the man acquired across the country while he was acting as Attorney General of the Federation under Buhari. There are so many questions for us to answer. One of them is, how is it that nobody knew that this was going on? All the intelligence agencies or the ICPC, EFCC, was it that they were controlled by his people and they were all part of what is going on? Because if we don't understand that, we may not understand what's happening as we speak today. From my executive producer, I got this picture. confirming that this is actually a real picture, that this actually is not fake. This is from UNICEF, their Twitter account.
Rudolph, can I quickly say something about this picture? There's an earlier one from about 3 years or so ago.
Yeah.
When Spain won the Euro finals.
Yeah.
And recently, I can't remember which of the podcasts, but someone, one of these former football stars, confirmed the fact that there was a UNICEF program whereby a lot of the players, including of the time, the stars of the time, that great Barcelona team, including Xavi, Iniesta, and co, happened upon a situation where UNICEF organized an event where younger kids met each of the stars. It just turned out that coincidentally, Messi was the one that was meeting with Yamal's parents and Yamal, so it's just a coincidence, and they're real pictures. That's the story behind this pictures.
All right, I have a video from 60 Minutes. I have to make sure that the copyright situation with that before I can play. But anyway, we'll come back. We take a break. When we come back, we talk about Malami. I want to understand. Maybe someone here can help me understand why someone would want to have 48 properties, houses, hotels, different. How is the person running the Ministry of Justice if you are busy accumulating 40? I don't understand our people. But anyway, we will talk about that. We'll rant, and then we will go to the next show. Tony, you want to say something?
Dr. Damages, you had a late bank chief who had 108 properties in the UK. So it's probably a Nigerian, something, a penchant, that, you want to acquire and acquire and acquire and acquire. He's just one. Look at my brother, former CBN governor. And there's so many of them if you begin to dig deep. Thank you.
All right, let's take a break. We'll be right back. Thank you, guys. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for staying and being here for the show. I appreciate all of you. If you're watching at home, if you can, please like, share. You can also subscribe to the channel. We are stuck at 81,000 subscribers. I don't know what's going on, but if you can, if you have not done that, please do. All right, so let me just say, I saw a comment on the comment section from Wachuku about tomorrow's show. I didn't determine the time that that Farida will join us. She lives in a part of Africa that is 9 hours behind. So our normal time didn't work for her. And we wanted her to be here. That was why we had to agree for her to join us at 11 New York time. So, all right, let's go back to the show. And now we want to switch gears. We want to talk about Malami and the over 212 billion in properties that the man acquired as Attorney General and Minister for Justice. Nobody will remember him for the job he did, if he did any job, anything outstanding as minister. The only thing I remember was that when, I think they were the ones that picked up Nnamdi Kanu. Was it? Yeah. When they picked up Nnamdi Kanu, he spoke to the nation in Hausa. I still don't know why. That's the only thing I remember for the whole 8 years that he was there, why he decided to speak to the nation in Hausa before translating to English, I think, or somebody did. Anyway, but I can imagine if you are busy hiding, because he did this in hiding, you don't do this openly, acquiring all these properties. And you remember that when this is a story I had, I don't know, I couldn't verify that, but they said under Buhari, when you are going to meet Buhari, you have to dress in a modest way. You don't put up expensive clothes, and expensive watches, expensive shoes. You behave as if you are modest. And once he sees that, he will continue to have total trust in you. So I'm wondering, was it that nobody told Buhari that, look, your Attorney General is acquiring properties all over the country? And is it that because most of the people under Buhari, like the person in charge of EFCC that time is from, I don't know what part of the north it was. Was it because of that nothing could get to? I'm saying this assuming that the president actually wanted to stop corruption, but I'm just saying, we have to look into all these things. It's not just a story will come out and we will all attack it and abuse people and move on. But if we can find the reason why this could happen under the watch of any government, that the chief law enforcement officer of the country, because it happened with Emefiele, like I think someone pointed out that, Tony, yeah, it happened with Emefiele. It's not the first time, but it's the system that we have. What is the system that we have now that makes it possible for things like this to continuously happen? All right, let's open up the conversation. Let me see. Let's go to Mr. James. It's been a while I heard from you. I know that in the Gambia, they don't steal money. The government there, they don't steal money. Something like this cannot happen in the Gambia. Can you give us your thoughts?
Yeah, in the Gambia, let me put it this way. Quantitatively, Nigeria outclassed the Gambia when it comes to corruption. But if you want to calculate the percentage of national income stolen, I think the Gambia outclassed Nigeria. That's how I see it. Anyway, I'm sure you get what I mean. Percentage of national income. This country is just like a local government, like a Yaba local government or Redo local government in Nigeria. So quantitatively, they are very little or nothing. So Nigeria, in fact, Nigeria outclassed them. But anyway, that's it. This is Malami's case. I remember reading a commentary on Machiavelli The author said that neither in power nor in private possession is there any limit to human desire. That is why men often make the error of not knowing where to limit their hopes. Neither in power nor in private possession is there any normal limit to human desire. That is why men often make the error of not knowing when to limit their hopes. So that is just how it is. The instinct to acquire is present in all men. And I was just thinking of something. How many of us here on this platform right now will do things differently if we find ourselves in that position? To have unfettered access to state resources. This is one thing we should. Okay, that's very good. If there's at least one person. Anyway, that's one thing we should take into account. I don't want to comment too much on this because my opinion is that this kind of people, you put them before a firing squad to teach others a lesson. That solves the whole problem, because when we had problem of armed robbery in Nigeria during the days of Yakubu Gowon, to stamp it out, introduce this habit of executing armed robbers publicly, and that was able to reduce the incidence of armed robbery nationwide substantially. It was not totally eliminated. This kind of people should be put before firing squads publicly for others to learn from. This is what Jerry Rawlings did in Ghana, and is able to stabilize Ghana to a reasonable extent today, because Ghana was already in a very messy situation. So that is all I have to say about Mr. Malami.
So, Mr. James, you asked a question. I want to ask you the same question. If you find yourself in that position, will you do the same thing?
One thing you should know is that look at all of us on the platform right now. I have a lean and hungry look. What do you think is the cause?
That you don't have access to money.
Do you know where I work?
I don't know. I don't know where you work.
You know the kind of dirty things I'm capable of doing. I have the capability, but I'm able to suppress it. You know, some time ago, long ago, on this platform, I was telling you something about my background. I had the rare advantage of reading the literature of Jehovah's Witnesses. I'm not one of them. I read their literature thoroughly, in and out. And that has been able to shape my way of living. And they did something for me, substantial, something very substantial. They've been able to keep me away from the... Can you hear me? Yeah, they've been able to teach me. They've been able to teach me how not to foul the law. I've never been arrested by any policeman since I was born. I've never been to a police cell. They teach me how to organize myself to be contented with whatever I have. So that is just it. Where I work here, there are a lot of opportunities, travel opportunities. I can play some dirty games, and that's that. So, although, anyway, that's how I can answer your question.
All right. Thank you. Tony, you are next.
Thank you, Doctor. Again, like the only way to to describe this scam is to say that Nigeria is a cesspool, as I think someone said it, of corruption. The political elite, like I said, I started by saying that the banditry that is most debilitating in Nigeria is that of the political elite, the political class. What Malami is alleged to have done in terms of the quantum of money or the estimated cost of the property that he is alleged to have appropriated, he has bought with unexplainable funds, is really alarming. But I think that we have a petroleum minister who even did more. You know, the only thing is that because Malami invested those loots, you know, here in Nigeria, so it was easy to access them, to find them. But most of our politicians actually invest, they steal. Maybe it's a good thing. I'm not justifying stealing, that he invested it here. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for us to just get it, you know, through the process that we, if he was outside, I mean, it's going to be quite a lot of litigation and you're not sure if you're going to get it. But think of somebody like Diziani. Recently, you know, we had a case in the UK where she was acquitted because those who took her to court didn't pursue that case to its you know, end. You know, so there was no evidence to prove conclusively that she did what she was alleged to do. So she was discharged, and that's the kernel of justice. That's how. It's not a question of whether she did it or not, but he who alleges must prove. So, but the United States recently took, I think, about $15 million away from some of the loots that that they found associated with her, which you couldn't explain. And they decided not to give it to the Nigerian government, maybe because of its history. They decided to give that money to the World Bank, and then for the World Bank to decide how and where they will invest the money in Nigeria. That's a shame. But, you know, what the question that you need to ask really is, what kind of system allows somebody to steal that kind of money and is not captured anywhere? So there's a problem with our institutions that are saddled with responsibility to check these things. There's a problem with ICPC, EFCC, and so on and so forth. You know, and you know, the security agencies that are supposed to, the fraud unit of the police, and so on and so forth, that are supposed to, you know, it means that there's something that is not working. If you can have someone steal that amount of money, and it didn't just start now. If you divide 212 billion naira that is stole with, you know, with the current exchange rate, you find out that it's not that much compared to what some people who stole earlier, when, you know, the exchange rate was there was differential in the exchange rate. What they stole, you know, would have been more. But again, what I'm saying is that the system that continually allows this kind of money, this quantum of money to be stolen, like we see with former governor of Delta State, or we see with former governor of Kogi State, you know, or even though some of them have not been convicted yet, but the cases are with TFCC or with the Senate president. You want to wonder, how is it that these things keep happening and you can just join a party and your sins are forgiven? That shows you that, you know, the system is you know, is totally, you know, destroyed and needs to be rejigged. And until we do that, unfortunately, we do not have a court. A woman is now, that used to be blind, it now sees. That's what the court has turned to. Where you have a system where a legislator can come in the open floor and speak of how he has used his wife to influence the course of justice. So these are some of the challenges that we have. And when you find a system that keeps a blind eye to it, like what we are seeing, someone accused of 58 billion, to have stolen 58 billion, COVID money that was given is still an issue. Nobody wants to dig about it and people are being fingered. You have this one now, this accusation about fake agency, and nobody's addressing the only prosecuting the man that, you know, used fake document, but they are not looking at the allegations that were levied against the person who is alleged was asking for 48% of the money that was voted for that agency. So it's quite. Nobody is talking about 8.8 trillion that one of the Bretton Woods institutions fingered. That's missing. That's unaccounted for in our budget. Even though the government came up to give some reasons that it's part of deficit financing. Nobody is even questioning, the pillaging of our resources, particularly the ones used that didn't go through best practice and procurement, used for this President Tinubu International Coastal Highway. Because that's the new name that Umahi gave to it. So this is a total breakdown of law and order. There's corruption everywhere. Nigeria is only second to Afghanistan in terms of corruption from the statistics. And I think that's why these things are happening. Because if you have systems that work, these leakages would have been blocked. Because people are benefiting, people are gaining, and because politics has become the easiest way to become a billionaire or a millionaire. That's why you can't. This thing is difficult to block these things, and it's a shame. That's all I can say about this whole thing. It's a big shame. And to know that is the law officer of the country, chief law officer of the country, who is supposed to defend the law, that is indicted, this infraction is a shame. I think he should get the maximum punishment ever that the law prescribes for it, because it's a big shame. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Femi, let's hear from you.
So real quick, you earlier mentioned something that I wasn't even aware of regarding that's what Femi Falana was alluding to, as per how successive governments continue to purchase cars and even provide housing for judges. From days of yore, even way before I was born, when you had proper judges, even during the military era, the likes of Justice Rikefe and Charlie Boy's father, Okuta. You had a retinue of, at least those of us that were not around, or at least got to know about some of them. There was a time you had what appears to be star-studded groups of justices among the various courts all the way up to the Supreme Court. I do at this moment remember even someone like, I think there was a Kayode show, correct me if I'm wrong, as well. But just like virtually everything Nigeria has degenerated, it's just a reflection of how lowly we have sunk. And it's not going to change. If you had an Ariola, for example, who the less said about him, the better. Now, speaking specifically about Malami and what is to come as well beyond Malami, because we do not yet know what's going to happen after Fagbemi, for example, leaves. Remember during Buhari's time, and of course you asked this question, rightfully so, about how is it possible that Buhari did not know what was going on? Are we not the same person that agreed that he was it was one shehu from Sudan? How was that thing put then that was in power? We had an AI generated president, so Buhari wasn't available. As much as some of us seem to think that it was incorruptible, but it just wasn't available. I did mention earlier as well, if you look at again, I'll use this word advisedly, and I'm using it for the second time in my little speech, that Tinubu has a star-studded 47-man team. I've lost, I don't even remember. Rudo, I beg, how many ministers we have again? I ask you. You do not remember.
No, it's too much. That's all.
Because there's a way things come back.
I think about 48.
How many do you remember? How many are working? How many do you know? How many are doing anything? Do you remember any of them? Okay.
All of them, they get budget and salary. That's
Including the ghost ones, and that's not counting the several minis. What you know what? Anyway, so remember Ibrahim Magu? You remember what happened between him and Malami when it came to those assets that were being seized and the furore that spun up? Because too many things happen in 24 hours in Nigeria that's people don't have time to be even following, because is it the same people that are still trying to deal with no electricity, bad road, transportation, taxes upon taxes? Is it those people that will remember? In fact, I can't imagine, Rudolph, if I'm in Nigeria today, if my head will be correct. I don't think see, Rudolph, when I went to Nigeria in January, let me be honest with you, apart from the things I managed to do, I did not want to be outside. Let me tell my sister, luckily, my other sister is lucky. She's probably one of the lucky people, and her husband, that are doing quite well, that are still living a decent life there. It got to a point, she basically told me, Femi Abeg, come and stay with us, because the street is not. If you think the street was not smiling before, when you see people doing things like this, and all they're concentrating on are maybe rightfully so in a saner society, Yahoo boys and rose girls and other unnecessary distractions like Soli, even though some of the things Soli says, some things I do not agree with, but is right in my opinion on some things that happen in Nigeria, the very dark man and what have you, which in a way I consider as distractions. Going back to why I brought up Magu, because again, it's easy to forget a lot of these things. Remember during Buhari's time, we had 3 EFCC chairmen, and the case of Magu was mostly sustained because of how the assets that were being seized was what caused the controversy with him and this same Malami. And of course, because you say you can't remember what he did, it's because a lot of what they do are not memorable. And that's going to be the same thing that's going to happen, even worse, with Tinubu. Because look at a lot of the people that are surrounding him, not just the ministers, but again, I go back to the Senate and what have you. And tell me how many of them have a clean or good history, and tell me why you're surprised. We're talking about Malami today. Again, watch what happens in the coming years. Again, we don't know how long it's going to be there, because again, I'm beginning to suspect that just like Odinkalu, his interview that I saw recently on Symphony mentioned, it would not surprise me, because Nigeria, there's nothing that is impossible. I will not be surprised if he tries to cover his act. So as much as we want to talk about Malami, it's just an example of where we are at this point. I'll end this way. We keep saying it. If we think one election will solve Nigeria's problem, or we're going to have an election, we are wasting our time. The people, for those that want solution, there's only one solution. The people have to do what, some kind of revolution. I don't know how it's going to start. Maybe that could be all for conversation. But to think that anybody from anywhere, even Jesus Christ or Muhammad or anybody, pick your choice. If you think there's one course in I've finally agreed. There's one course in that Nigeria, and only we can bring that course.
All right, we'll talk to Shango very soon. All right, and let me remind people that we had a budget for the World Cup, I think it was 6.4 billion naira. We didn't go. We don't know if the money has gone back to the treasury or disappeared. Also, Bawa, is it Bawa? The guy that
Bawa was after Magu, I think, wasn't it?
No. I'm talking about spokesperson for the president.
Okay.
Buwala was asked about corruption. Let me play that video for you guys.
Take Tinubu seriously on eliminating corruption when he appoints someone like Abubakar Bagudu as Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, a man who, according to the U.S. Justice Department, with others, embezzled, misappropriated, defrauded, and extorted billions with a B from the government of Nigeria under the dictator Sani Abacha. Bagudu avoided criminal charges. He cut a deal with the Nigerian government, returned some of the money. But the president literally put Nigeria's budget in the hands of a man who's accused of looting billions of dollars.
You started your introduction by saying this is a sovereign country. The decision of the court in the United States does not bind the Supreme Court of Nigeria.
But he gave $163 million. And that man is now in charge of the Nigerian budget. You're okay with that?
I think
Do you think it's funny? I mean,
No,
two-thirds
you
of Nigerians
think it's funny.
No, I don't. I think people who are giving $163 million back shouldn't be in charge of the country's budget.
Thank you for your observation.
Okay, but do you think they should be in charge of the budget?
There's no evidence that that minister has misappropriated funds in the government of Nigeria.
Why did he give back $163 million?
To Nigeria or to the U.S.
To
government?
Nigeria.
Why did the U.S. government give him $100 million?
It's settlement. That's what you do in settlements.
Okay.
Why was he settling?
Yeah, so
Okay.
if they
So you're
settled him,
comfortable with a
he
guy
settled us.
who is accused by the U.S. Justice Department of embezzling?
All right. So these are defense postures that Nigerian government officials put out there.
Rudolph, please, I beg you. Maybe I don't know if you know about the case of a friendly match by some female soccer team. I don't have the exact team now that went to play a friendly match in China, and they didn't go with the correct number of players. They were not allowed because the players were not correct, but they still paid Esako. They still paid them winning draw bonus as if nothing happened, and nobody knows about. A lot of people are not aware of this. It's a lot though. We're in trouble.
All right. Sully, it's your generation that will have to deal with this.
My generation.
Yeah, your generation. Most of the people here, they are on their way out.
After destroying Nigeria.
What's your plan?
No, forefather. I say forefather. Rudolph, you should have left that. Yahya Bello. Yahya Bello is his generation.
No, Yahya Bello is not my
I'm coming.
generation.
Daniel Bola is your generation.
It's not my generation.
What are you saying? Not generation.
No, it's not likely. It's not likely.
What are you saying? Yahya Bello just getting.
Yahya Bello is more closer to you in age than
Yahya Bello should be in his 40s.
Closer to him. Yeah, it's in his 40s, of course.
Yeah.
Wait, the minister that said they want to make Nigeria NYSC adhere for NYSC.
Oh, the minister of youth.
What is the thinking behind that? So let's not validate.
Young man.
Yeah,
You
it's
know,
going to be worse under them.
Even if you want to put them in my generation, they are a very tiny minority very insignificant tiny minority, and they are just learning from their mentors. You know, the people that put them in the program. So,
all right, go ahead.
And you see, my generation really has a lot of issues that, if you want me to speak about, let me just speak about it very quickly. Majority of your generation are a minority in Nigeria. The next generation is like 60% of the 60 to 70% of the population, my age group. That age group is going to have to look for how to survive. And they are not giving birth to 8 children, 10 children, they are giving birth to 1, 2, 3, maybe. So that means the generation after them is going to be less in population than they are. So we are going to have an older generation with a lot of, with a very high percentage population, and the youths are going to be smaller than their population. So who is going to take care of them? Who is going to take care of us when we are old? Because
our grandparents have not started giving birth yet. They are still procreating, the grandparents, the Obasanjo, they are still born, So I don't think that.
So Nigeria, the population really has, the future is bleak. This current generation, who is going to take care of them when they are old? Anyway,
robots, human robots.
Hopefully, definitely not with Elon Musk robots. Those craps, Chinese robots to take care of them. But in terms of Malami, this is obviously political witch hunting. When you are going for people like, I keep on telling you guys, these guys are educated. That they are not your average politicians. They went to school. They went to international universities. Their children went to international universities. Their children are accountants. Their children are lawyers. Their family members are accountants, lawyers, anything you want to call. They've surrounded their family. They've used Nigerian money to educate everyone around them. You know, and these people, they just wait for you to make a move and then they counter. The best example I've seen of someone like that in the East is Alex Oti. That's the only person that I can respect here. Very strategic. He's very quiet. He lets you make your move and then he counters you. You cannot be going after somebody like Tinubu and your hands are dirty. You know, they are not going to throw you in jail because obviously they know that their time will come and they don't want to break that tradition of throwing everybody in jail, because if one person throws somebody in jail and lock them up for corruption and persecutes them, and then that will start, you know, a roller coaster, a domino effect where all of them will start doing it. So what they will do is they will clip your wings. Anything that in Nigeria, anything you want to do is with money, right? So how are you going to go for politics? It's with money. So they will clip any way that you are using to make the money. They clip it from you. Any finance that you have, they clip it from you. And Tinubu's strategy is what money can do, what money cannot do, more money can do. So that money that you were relying on, they will now use it against you more. And everybody that is around you that was supporting you, the moment they know that you become poor, you start losing all your connections. You start losing all the strings that are attached to you that you think that you want to use to come after him. And Tinubu does not stop there. Tinubu will never give you the chance to resurrect. That's the thing. His career is over. He's finished completely. Even this Peter Obi, once that, every single one of them, after Tinubu wins that next election, you will not hear about them again. When you want to go against somebody like Tinubu, you need somebody like Showore. Showore understands how they work. All these things that happen with Atiku and Obi based on political party and stuff is because they did not just want to do things the right way. And to be honest, it is not hard to do the things the right way. But when you have built it up all your life, you have built up that attitude of not just wanting to do things the right way, and it is based on classism. You feel like doing things the right way is for the poor people, it's for the people that are not connected, it's for the people, you know, you look down on people that do things the right way, then you continue to enter trouble. What is the point of making all this money if you know that somebody can come tomorrow and take it all from you? It is gra kind of policies, gra lifestyle, wuru to the answer, and they are suffering from it. So it's not going to be the first and it's not going to be the last. It's just political hunting. If anybody go against them again, that's the same thing that they will do. You know, so let's stop acting like some sanctimonious, this thing, they are trying to help Nigerians. Oh, they've exposed Malami. Like all of them don't steal. There are some local government chairmen that have more than 300 houses. Just ordinary local government chairmen. That means he can live in one house every single day of his life, and you still have, and I'm talking about big, all those houses that you see like 500 million, 1 billion, and you still have spare houses to live in. So they all have fortune and wealth. You just know how you use it and strategize. The last time they were doing election in 2023 in Lagos, I saw so many people shouting their strategy, shouting, oh, we are going to do this. And I was just thinking, if you have this strategy, why are you shouting it? Why are you telling people what you are going to do? Because I'm a Yoruba person. I know how my people behave. You are telling me your strategy. You are telling me your strategy. and you think that I'll just sit down there and watch you play it out. You know, you have to be strategic. You have to, even though that you feel like you have the best strategy in the world, you feel like you are going to win, you don't see anything stopping you, you have to have that zeal, you know, hold it all in yourself till you cross the finish line. That is how to play politics against my people. You know, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Osei, do you have a question?
Yes, I have a question for Solly. Solly, while you were speaking, you mentioned right way 7 times. I wonder what right way means to you in this context.
Right way is the best example I can give to you is Showore. Look at how Showore carries out every single thing that he does. Even when it comes to the finances, that's why that miscreant, you know, that dirty illiterate, very dark man, could not, lie against Showore, talk about how it's getting funny and everything, because everything is on the website, is audited. So these kind of people, we are prepared because we are expecting all these kind of attacks. And when somebody comes to attack you, they end up looking foolish because you know that you've done everything the right way. When you are going from party to party, did you audit that party? Or were you just so eager to run into any party where you think you could have your way?
Because this some individual that you mentioned was said to be the chairman of AAC at the same time the presidential candidate. So how would you make an argument for someone who is the chairman of the party and also the sole candidate of the party for presidency, and then you put that person juxtaposingly as the right way?
Okay, what is the crime in doing things that way? What is the issue? How does it affect the average Nigerian citizen, and how does it affect the structure of parties and politics?
Because it's not about auditing. It's not about someone jumping from one party to one party, and about auditing, about transparency, right? That's the thing. But here
So what
you
was
have
not
an
transparent
individual.
about that?
Is it what?
What was not transparent about that?
But no, you were advocating for the right way. And would you be okay with someone who is the chairman of a party and there's no sole competitor with this person, and this person has always been the sole candidate of the party every time? So I'm just trying to put it out there, but it's okay.
Okay, all right, I understand, and I would, and that's why I asked you that question. How did it affect the party or any political structure in any way? It did not, right?
But to me, brother, to me, and to every sound human being, if you cannot entertain competition in your own local community, is that not an indication of some future tyranny?
Okay, yes, and I will repeat the question again. It had no negative effects on the political party. Now, please, let me just finish with this. Now, when he started to get more and more scrutiny on it, right? He did the right thing by stepping down.
Okay, so he has to wait.
Are you going to let me finish? That is accountability, right? The people that were bringing that pressure to the party were people from outside the party because they were using it as a way to scrutinize him.
But sorry, we don't have enough time to go over this. But I think that there's a problem with an individual that would wait for public pressure before he can render accountability. That's the problem for me.
Is that not how it is? Is that not how it is done in the Western countries? Is it not when you bring up pressure that people take accountability and they fix it? Are you now going to put that against a set of people that never take accountability, even when you have proof that they are wrong? And it didn't even affect anything. If you can tell me what that structure affected negatively, I will agree with you. But it affected nothing.
Okay.
All it was
we can't keep going back and forth, brother.
Let me just say
that answered my question.
We have on Fridays open debate space for anybody who wants to debate, and I'm willing to make that happen so that we can go around and hear from other people. Round up your thoughts if you.
Yeah. So like it's just the same way we waste our time on things that are futile. You are talking about the structure, but the structure had no negative effect. I keep on asking you, what is the negative effect on ground? It's the same way we waste our time with people like Pele or people like Bobrisky. We're so emotionally invested in things that have no effect whatsoever. But the things that have effects, like we are having a food crisis in Nigeria, and we are talking about Malami's issue. Very soon, people in Nigeria will not be able to afford food, and nobody has brought that up. Do you know how much food we waste every single year? It's not even as if we don't produce food, though. Do you know how much food we waste? Just because we don't have warehouses that can keep this food secure and safe. So when you look at, even in Lagos itself, you have that Aja axis that has been having flooding issue. I've been bringing it up since, and every time I talk to an old person, they look at me like I don't know what I'm saying. Me that studied architecture. That place is going to be flooded, and people keep blaming the coastal road. It's not the coastal road. Sea level is rising. Sea level always rises and falls down. The canal that they have there, right, is a joke. That canal is supposed to be at least 6 to 10 meters deep. And until they get funding to fix that issue, it's going to keep on flooding no matter what. But Nigerians are not really focused on what is really affecting them. They focus on what is emotionally affecting them. For example, the presidency and him being the top of EAC. No negative effects, but it's a priority to Nigerians. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ovie, you're next.
Dr. Dameji, at the end of the show, I want you to tell us how much the Malami campaign team will pay you, because what a better way to advertise the incoming governor of Kebbi State, another person, Abubakar Malami. So all these one we will not talk accuse all also. You guys are just marketing the man. He's a front runner, ADC candidate. So I don't, the only way we are, approaching the matter from, this perspective, the only way we get to know that he don't steal millions, steal house, and they're after him is because he's a faction of the CPC. And after their own government, after their own regime, they refused to fall in line with the Ashiwaju-led APC. So, and decided to go with it. So that's why if you remember the famous talk of my life Senator Adams Ujumole, that's all you need to do is to join us. All your sins will be forgiven. So I'm saying this because, the media should know Malami better than any other person. Who is he? He was just a charge and be lawyer, as we say in Nigeria. He wasn't known to be anybody important, but he was a lawyer who happened to be the secretary to Buhari, during his struggle days. Nothing special to him. But today, we are the only nation is talking about him. And on a good day, I should be here angry like every other person, because that's what the system wants. That's what the media wants. So that's why, Dr. Dameji is approaching it that way. No, I'm not going to do that, because it's not the first person to steal. It's not going to be the last person. In as far as you don't go against the system, you keep going up the ranking. We'll come here and talk about him being the governor of Katsina State a few months from now in Kebbi State. So why the whole abalo, and why the expectation that everybody should be angry? Mefele, the former CBN governor, if he contests, there's a governorship candidacy in the future. If you run for governorship of Delta State today, tell me how you want to lose. So I'm pointing at the media, you are here today, because deep down I understand that the system, the federal government system, was built to extract from that geography, that area where we occupy. That's how the system is built, because if you look at where military plenty pass for Nigeria today, and where the resources are, they're there to protect the resources, not for you. So when you approach if you see that's what the system is, go the verse for people like Malami. We just see it from a place of distraction. It's a distraction to me, because nothing will happen to them. Right? It's if how many small houses, just one small estate, everybody shouts, right? Attorney General. How many people there ahead of her? During that 8 years of his journey, how many people there ahead of her? So I'm saying that to say, come, the system, I don't understand that it's used to extract everything from us. The media, who's supposed to be furthering estates to actually guide the process, is also designed, right? It's also designed to keep us hungry. Maybe we just invest. Because if we are in that state of mind perpetually, we not go feel reason, we not go feel think. Because the Malami is in our front today because he's running for governor and he's not in the right party. We all know this. So why would they keep on focusing on the media always engineering not to focus on him and what he has done, even though it's obvious to the blind? That's not the issue. The issue that as they make a focus on Malami, the next Malami 0.2 or 0.3 is taking place. Because as far as I'm concerned, after coming of age to understand how the system works from 1999, there is nothing changed. I'm not surprised when you won't stop me after 2 seconds.
No, it's not 2 seconds. It's not 2 seconds. But there's something I want to. Hold on, Ovie, hold on. You mentioned that Malami was a charge and bail lawyer. In 2008, he was a senior advocate of Nigeria. So I don't know if
no, that's what I'm
advocate.
saying. What I am saying, this amount of corruption or whatever, is not something up for debate. Anything when he gets today, get out from that between that 8 years of his serving as Attorney General. I understand what you are saying. I'm just saying that you brought the topic because for us to chew ourselves over it, knowing that he's running for president. I'm not saying my governor should not. I'm not saying you are deliberately doing it, but it is obvious that the man, if they clear him to run for election, he is going to be the next governor. And it's not, I'm not saying this because, I'm saying something special. No, because it has happened over and over and over again. It is the system. I am criticizing the guide rail of the system, that they are not doing the job. Instead, they are hating the system by constantly giving us information that will keep us angry. I'm not saying anything special here. Right, and I use my senator as an example. We said it before the word. Come, if you join our party, all your sin be forgiven. And we all know APC today as a government have beat people who are more graded than Malami. Somebody was talking about Bagudu. Nana just so the point I'm trying to make here is that Dr. Dameji, I'm using as a point of contact to your colleagues. You guys are not doing us a good job. You know, not doing a good job in the sense that as a satirist, I hope you understand where I'm coming from. Don't take it as if it's you're a satirist. After I'm approaching it this way, you guys are putting this Malami that he has stolen 400 million house or whatever statistics you are putting out there just to keep us hungry. And the point is that what is the gain when every day I'm not saying here, but every day, every news you hear is about pointing just to keep an average Nigerian hungry. You are not helping us. You are heading the system. That's the point I'm trying to make. We are heading the system. If we all come here every day and expect everybody to be angry and put out, he's a criminal. He's a criminal. That is not debatable. But what next for him? He is trying to take the next job. That's why he's going through this ordeal. And that is because he's not going through the right type of the system. But in so doing, we are advertising him. So me taking this perspective is not for me to contribute to that advertisement. Since that's what we have to do, we are here to promote him. Now, I'm not saying you wake up this morning and say this is what the route you are going to take, but I'm telling you that this is what you are doing. And I'm backing up with facts and reality. I know they talk, I'll never go out of anywhere now. He's the man who's supposed to be in jail. If they are here, say I go steal something today. Anywhere, may I enter one man, see something of $5, and he's a criminal, so it be. But we are not coming from that perspective because we know that this is an auditioning, this is campaign, this is promotion. When it comes to Nigeria context is concerned, we are promoting him to be the next governor of Kebbi State. So, in a short form, you are part of the problem because he is not important. Since we cannot do anything about it.
All right, thank you, Oge. Maska, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Rudolph. How are you?
I'm good. I wanted to catch Ngozika when she showed up, but
even me, but I'm sure she would come back. I'm sure she would. I was very happy. I was thinking that I would say lady and gentlemen, but unfortunately, it will be gentlemen. So good evening, gentlemen. Good evening, Mr. Rudolph, and good evening, the indefatigable panelist. Anyway, it's always the more you join the platform, the more difficult it is to, let me speak for myself, to be able to continue on the same. It's difficult to keep complaining about the same thing for some of us. So, but as usual, let me follow your guidance.
Oh, we are talking about Malami.
AG. There are many things to talk about, so please guide me and direct.
We are talking about the story of Malami and the properties he forfeited to the federal government. So we're asking the question of how do people form this habit of acquiring so much, and why is it that the institutions in the country allow that to happen? Nobody flagged it. Even if he's in control of the Justice Department, there are some institutions that he's not in control of. Why are they not acting? Is it because of something in the system that is structured that way? The reason why we say this is that if we can find the root cause, maybe we can stop it from happening again, because it's been happening again and again and again in every government. If you go back to Obasanjo, to Jonathan, to Yaradua, there's always someone who had access to money or influence. And now we don't know with this Tinubu. By the time they leave, maybe we see somebody, maybe Bajabiamila, we see that, oh, he had acquired a lot of, somebody. But why is it happening? That's the question.
Okay, thank you for such a succinct guide. Okay, welcome back, Ngozika. I would allow Ngozika to speak.
Okay, all right, Ngozika, welcome to the show.
Hold my peace.
Ngozika, welcome to the show. How have you been? Oh, you can't talk?
I can talk. I just don't know if I have the strength to. I don't even know why I joined this broadcast. Good evening.
Just tell us about
gentlemen.
Enugu. Yeah. Tell us about where you are and what's going on there.
Mr. Maska, it's so good to see you. At least you are one person in this place with me that understands. Every other person, I do not take them seriously when.
Yeah, we understand.
I will fly one day to Enugu and solve that your internet problem. I promise.
Ngozika, but you're living on a hill in Enugu now. You should have good reception.
I buy. At this point, they are now recommending that I buy MTN fiber. As I speak to you now, my MTN router is on, my Airtel Wi-Fi is on, my mobile data, 2 of my mobile data is on, and still I can't get a good connection. So whatever, this is me putting it out here that the networks are out to get me. But yeah, on a more seriousness, it's good to come back. I can't say I've missed coming here. Honestly, I don't. I had some peace and quiet when I did not come here. When I just had to deal with all the wagga post-production. But yeah, Mr. KJ, Mr. Femi, Mr. Jagun, Mr. Ovie, Mr. Sekwa. Oh, sorry if I can't see.
I'm not a mister, I'm chief. I'm a chief over here. I'm Maska. If you think going back to marry second wife from Enugu will make the solid generation vote for you, think again.
You are just a carnal person, Ovie. All you think is life, voting. Some of us have transcended that space. We are beyond that.
Now what did article do me now? That's what article did.
Because if you ever get hold of like an Ethernet cable, you can just plug it into the back of that router and just plug into your laptop if you're calling from a laptop.
Get you. He said if I ever get what?
I'm not sure if you're calling from your phone. It looks like you're calling from a phone. But if you ever calling from a laptop, I would just suggest that you connect like an Ethernet cable to the back of that router and connect it to the laptop. Right. Just try that. Yeah.
That would be better, right?
Yeah. It's more stable, at least for Nigerian situation. So hopefully it helps.
Because you are living a luxury life. I live in a top 1% life. How many you get router, you get cable, you get everything gettable. That's what we tell them. One of the 1%.
I'm living in Palo. If you did the kind of work I did, I shouldn't be living this kind of life. I should be living a very good life. I work 2 jobs and I still live the kind of life I live. If you do half of what I do, you probably lose your eyesight because from morning till night, my eye is on my system and I still can't even break even. So please don't even make it as a joke. It's not cute.
That's a good comeback. You have a point.
So I want to start by talking about Mr. Dr. Damages. Can I say anything or do I go? I don't mind going with the
Stop
topic
your
that's being
say. Stop
discussed
your say.
since I'm already here.
Go ahead, talk about anything you want to talk about.
After all, we'll not come to talk about Malami today, but we are talking about him.
I am going to start with my Lami and maybe
Don't give up, Ngozi. Don't give up, Ngozi Kag. Spirit is to fight.
Doctor, or do you want to do that thing that you do where you call people sometimes when they're in this situation?
I don't know. Pascal, you need to connect. You need to hook out. You need to hook out.
I think she's almost there because don't worry, Ngozi. Don't give up. Go ahead, speak.
Is Miami not on the ad for?
So
it is.
So what's okay saying?
You don't listen. You don't listen to everything Ovia is saying or react to that. You just let him talk. Go ahead, Ngozi.
So I was saying that I will start with Malami and maybe tie it into the main topic that brought me in. You were asking why Nigerians, we need to find out, investigate why Nigerians have this penchant of acquiring properties, buying properties with stolen funds. I think it's simple. They need that as security, as leverage when they do the nonsense they do. It serves as security or leverage for them. Take, for instance, David Umahi. If you found out tomorrow that David Umahi has 200 properties scattered across the world, including Nigeria, that should not surprise you. The kind of crime rap that man is, the kind of crime trail the man is stacking up, he is going to need a lot of leverage and bargaining chips by the time the law starts catching up with him. So someone like that, now, if I hear that he has properties all over the world, I won't be surprised. Is it the Nilan engineers that till today they are not being accounted for? Their families did not even get their dead bodies to bury? Or is it Miss Habila, who he suddenly turned spokesperson for the family? I don't know how many of you saw the so-called affidavit that was signed by her father. Where he was waiving the family's where he was essentially saying that they do not want an autopsy. Your daughter died under very funny circumstances, and you are saying you do not want an autopsy. What does it matter what you want or not? This is a case for the state. This is the state that should be investigating what happened to a citizen. And you have this man signing an affidavit in Abakaliki, by the way. He signed that affidavit was sworn in Abakaliki, in the High Court in Abakaliki, all the way from Kaduna. He came to Abakaliki and all of a sudden had an epiphany to swear an affidavit that, among other things, that he does not want an autopsy on his daughter's corpse, that he just wants the corpse returned to him. And he still left without the corpse because they weren't even allowed to see the corpse. So if you find out tomorrow that someone like David Umahi is stacking up properties left, right, and center, it shouldn't surprise you. He will need it for cases like this, to buy over judges, to buy over the people that will one day want to put him away. That is to answer your question, why Nigerian politicians have this habit of always packing money and packing money and packing money. And then I want to go back a little bit to, there was something Soli was saying earlier. I struggled to hold myself, but I couldn't. Soli dismissed the hike in NECO prices, even though it's been reviewed, it's been suspended right now. But the way he dismissed it and then came back to talk about how Nigerians are suffering, how Nigerians do not have enough to eat. And it had me thinking, is it that when some of you people talk, you forget the former things you said, but that you are speaking from both sides of the mouth? Just not too long after saying that there was nothing wrong with hiking educational prices for education, you are back making an argument that Nigerians are hungry, that food is being wasted, that this and that. And I'm wondering, is it
okay? So you are frozen.
Is it not the same Nigerians? Oh, don't bother. I'm not. It's just a rhetorical question. I'm not going to go back.
Okay. I think at this point,
join back later when the power returns. Bye.
Okay. We're in 2026 and we're having internet problems they don't have in Somalia at this point. Until a government that takes care of this, maybe we should just not give them a lot of credit on what they've achieved. All right. So I see you are raising your hand. You have Ngozi did not finish. Ngozi did not finish, but go ahead before Master.
Yeah, I wish she was still here. She made it seem like I'm supporting the increase of, WAEC on eco fees, and I never made any statement to support the increase. I'm just giving the same attitude I was giving when I brought up the topic that Peter Obi increased the school fees in Anambra. When I brought it up before, I was severely attacked, and people waved it off. So me too, I did the same thing. So why is there an issue when I did the same thing that people did to me? At any point in time, did I support the increase in school fees? No. At any point in time, did I say that I'm favoring the increase in school fees? No. I gave you the same energy that was given unto me. So why do you find problem in when I do it and not when it was done to me? The hypocrisy is always loud, and you are used to people not challenging your hypocrisy. That is why you continue to think that you are right and I am wrong.
All right, thank you. Maska, go ahead.
All right, Mr. Rudolph. And if you can hear me, Ngozi, well done. That's the spirit. Don't give up. Come back and finish what you have to say. All right. So, you are a respectable elder, Mr. Rudolph. I can't make you repeat the question, but anyway. Well,
I don't even know the question, but it's about
that's so me.
Expanding the conversation. Yeah.
The question you were asking me, in my mind, the way it appeared to me, the way the question appeared to me, it's in two folds. Number one, why do people have this propensity for stealing and then investing it into property? So it's like question 1A and B. Then the second part of it, you didn't say it exactly, but it came across. It appeared, the other counterpart of the question also appeared to me that, like, is it that institutional, why is it even happening in the second instance?
Yeah.
So, all right. So my answer, it's straightforward. I don't know which part I will start with. Okay. No, I think the more important part is why. So just for clarity, there's the part, why do people do it? Then the second part is, why does it happen? How is it that this can happen?
Yeah, because it's been going on for a while and it continues, and nobody can appear to be.
The two actually, funny enough, are interrelated. But just for clarity, I would say why it is possible for this to happen is because there is what is called institutional failure. Within the intellectual cycle, there is this concept of institutional quality. In fact, the 2025 Economics Nobel Prize winners, they wrote a book. It's been a while, the book. I can't remember when they wrote it, but I know I read the book about 4-5 years ago. And the key theme, the title of the book even is Why Nations Fail. The name of the author is Darren Akimoglu, in case anybody wants to. I think every Nigerian actually should read that book. And funny enough, they use Nigeria as an example. One of the examples they use in the book is that, and this is real life example they gave, that a German who was married to a Nigerian came to Nigeria, came to see her place, so that there's a lot of orange around the vicinity. But this orange gets wasted very often. And so he spoke with her that this orange, that if we can get some secondhand, like orange juice plant from Germany and send it to that place. He did that. He sent it. They set up the factory. But guess what? Some local government official came and was asking for bribe. And he started refusing. He was harassed. He went to the police, the same story. The thing escalated. And this thing is not story. It's in a book, I'm telling you, Mr. Rudolph. And the title of the book is Why Nations Fail. And that at the end of the day, I think either a commissioner in the state or something, everybody was asking for bribe for a German that came and brought orange juice factory to your own place. So there are many examples they give where institutions, when they fail, things don't go right, and they term it extractive institutions. This is what we have in Nigeria. Today, our institutions have mutated into extractive institutions where the sole purpose of most of these institutions is for them to be extracting resources. You know, so the answer to your question is that the institutions have failed. There's an institutional failure in Nigeria. No institution today, no institution is working. I've said it several times. The people who are inside the vessels we call the institutions, all of them enter these institutions to hustle, including people who would say they want to vie for governorship. They enter this governorship thing to hustle. It's not funny, because these are, okay, the same thing you're talking about is these are the evidence. If you are attorney general and they are convicting you and you're forfeiting, what does that tell you? What okay, so what time did you have to do anti-general work, and what time did you have to do all this wealth amassing? The answer for me is like you spend the bulk of your time doing the hustling, the amassing of wealth. So the answer, because of time, is that all our institutions, they have failed. There's an institutional failure in Nigeria. Take, for instance, INEC, take police, take the judiciary. These are the institutions. They have failed. And institutions are divided into two. There's formal and informal institutions. Even our informal institutions, the first biggest beating I received in my life was on a Saturday when somebody gave us 3 kobo. Me and 2 of my cousins, they were not around. I spent this 3 kobo. Even though I went home and told them that, oh, so uncle gave me 3 kobo, 1 kobo for me, 1 kobo for this guy, 1 kobo for the kind of beating I will never, till the day I die, I will not forget. So I'm saying that even at an informal institution, when we are kids, people will ask you, how did you get the money? Informally today, Nigerians just want to see money. They don't want to know how this money appears. So this is the point I go to the second part of your other question. Why these people steal money? That also is in 2 parts. But I will leave the other part. The bigger part is that most of the people that hustle into political positions, they understand that the politics in Nigeria understands only money. These people, almost everybody that enters is collecting money so that he can now get a. They understand the system very well. If today I'm just an appointee, a minister, they know that that ministerial position is not really safe. So if I get to be a governor with some sort of immunity and I entrench myself, because once I'm a governor, the key thing, I can take the political apparatus of my state and hold it. A good example is somebody like Wike. So even after being a governor, you still can maintain some political dominance and relevance. And once you do that, and after your governorship, you go into Senate. But all these things, you can only do it with money. So you can't go there and say you do work, and you come to the people and say, oh, I did good work. Look at what I've done. No, they steal money, and they use that money to get themselves entrenched into the system where they become truly an untouchable. I would stop here, Mr. Rudolph, so that I won't bore every other person. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before Ngozika left, I took a note when she was talking. She talked about by the time the law catches up with Umahi. And I was thinking, what about Peter Dele? Ifeanyi Okowa. Will the law catch up with them? What are we talking about? So I'm always interested in exploring these topics.
The law catch up with Ifeanyi Okowa and he joined APC and party, everything closed. He's now the campaign director.
Okay.
So
Masca, sorry, I'll hold on. I want to hear from KJ first. But Masca, there was something you said that you pushed that topic a little bit further for me in terms of why these things are happening. I had someone leaving America to come to Nigeria to join politics, and I was surprised. It's a friend of mine. Somebody was talking to me privately, and he said something I've never had anybody say. Well, maybe it's what most of these people believe. He said that Nigeria is not going to work, that we're all going there to get our own. He said it. I didn't know that there are things like that, that people but that's the mission. So maybe what you said that these people are thinking about insurance for when they have to. Maybe we may not even know this. Maybe sometimes they give judges houses behind the scene to get judgment they like. Because, if you think about it, Ekweremadu, for instance, had about 44 houses before he was picked up in the UK. And I saw one video that time when he was still in Enugu, where some church leaders were praying for him, blessing him in one of his houses. And I always think about, why do you need all this? How do you manage it? I know you have people, and if you remember Patient Jonathan, people forget this. Patient Jonathan had her house helps open accounts in banks, and they use these accounts to move money, to skip money. And there are some of the house helps who are still being locked up today because they stole money from her. These are things we don't, we just touch on it and move on, but it continues. And I think if we have people who are seriously thinking about how to solve, and it's not common to Nigeria. I mean, Italy, so many countries, they pass through this period. There must be something they did. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We just have to see how did they do it. But I don't think there's anybody, or there are many people who are thinking, who are in Abuja or in wherever they govern, thinking, how do we stop this?
Okay, so yes, the good thing is, look, I respect this entity called Nigeria and the people you call Nigerians. We are very resilient, very resourceful people. I'm not to talk of any other person. Even me, I've sat and deliberated, and I'm seeing that the answers are not too far-fetched. For instance, one of the papers I'm writing currently is, if you take the combination of blockchain technology, AI, and process automation, and you push this thing into Nigerian government, a lot of these things, even the truth also, the good news, the silver lining is that, you see, now everybody is going to houses. You know why? Because you can't go and put money in your account now. Before, that's what they do. You can't do it because there's BVN. So the place to hide money is constantly constricting. Before, they used to take it outside. That route have actually been blocked. So the only place now, the only hiding place.
What about burying it in the soccer way? Is that close?
They've seen that money would spoil, naira would spoil, and people like Buhari can come and change the color of your currency. Or what it happens in Nigeria, DSS can go and be arresting people who bring in too many dollars to convert.
That's why they use agents. That's why there are fake agencies everywhere. They use agencies to pay out money.
The very veritable place for the people now is inside houses. But the point I'm making, the silver lining, is that if we sit down and look at the housing structure, even there, you can go and constrict that space. For instance, one of the things that I'm thinking, the government, and the truth is that, see, this government also, we give them a lot of credit, but some of them, they are not that smart. They will pass a law that for instance, I'm sure BVN was a law that was passed by some senators. But today, this BVN is stopping people from doing a lot of the things that they used to do. They can pass the law that will streamline this housing business. And at the end of the day, you can't even hide under houses. I know of a sitting governor today who was a minister. He had so many houses that somebody called me that, please, this case is raging. Can you come and take one plot and say it's your own? And after the case, you return it to you. I said, no, I beg, I know for these kind of things. I'm just telling you that this, somebody said it, I think it was OD. He said Nigeria is a big crime scene. Sincerely, it's, and he used this word, or it's a cesspool. If you're here, one of the reasons why I left this country is not because I'm looking for where to go and fend for myself. It's because you get tired, you get frustrated of it's a cesspool. You have to be holding your nose every day. But I've learned to live with it, because the truth also is that you cannot run away from your reality. You know, if your father has a problem that he's always cheating, you are a bad son. If you leave, you run away because of the smell of the feces of your father. You must take responsibility and stay around the old man, irrespective of the green flies that will be flying around you, which is what we are dealing with today. But I am convinced the answer to your question is that yes, people are thinking, and I am confident that at 3 levels, solutions will come, because solutions keep coming every day. Look at the election, for instance. They themselves introduced a card reader. After card reader, they've introduced what's the second name of this thing now that they were to use?
Beavers.
They will keep introducing things that at the end of the day, when somebody or the people decide to use the technology that have been introduced, there will be a stalemate. It's not going to be easy, but the truth is that somebody I can see, especially with technology, I've said it on this platform, if even these people like, where's the other guy, Oseweka, that keeps screaming and screaming from very far away, if they get serious and put their money where their mouth is, we can develop a platform where on the election day, yes, you can read the result, but the real result would also be available. It will be on record that this is the correct result. I rest my case here, Mr. Rudolph.
Dr. Dameji, talking about placeholder, we are waiting for you to declare for Governor of Anambra State before you explain that penthouse that you used to hold in New York and that safari resort in Kenya. The one in Maryland, that's where KJ is occupying right now. KJ had to explain too.
You are still at the final spare of life. Some of us have transcended that place. There's no size of house or model of car that would impress me anymore.
No, not you. I'm talking about Dr. Dameji. He is a placeholder. There's a penthouse he's holding. He's holding a penthouse for.
Oh, me?
For
I
some
thought you were
people.
talking about Masca. Oh,
No,
okay.
it's you. That penthouse I holding in New York, and that's Safari Resort. And the one in Maryland too. KJ, would I go explain why would I declare for governor?
There are people around me here who are watching the show. They are laughing at you. They are laughing at you. Let's go to KJ. Solly, hold on, okay? Please, let's have KJ, because if you say something, then Masca will respond to you. I want that. KJ, go ahead.
I am timing you. Go.
I know I have many enemies. No problem. And then my first quarrel is with Rudolph. Rudolph, I don't think Solly is a second guest in this program. If you let us know, because you seem to have and respond to every person who speaks. That is not right. And you give him that opportunity. I begin to feel concerned about it. Okay, and his views are not generally what those are his views. They're not general views. So when he makes the point and make it look as if that is the standard, I mean, I get really worried about that. So please, just like you regulate us, also regulate him. He cannot be responding to everybody. He responds to God, he responds to Mascara. No, now, Haba. Now waiting. All right, I haven't said that. I want to say this to you, Rudolph. Before now, we if you have been following corruption in Nigeria, we know that they steal in 3 ways. They steal for themselves, they steal the one they will keep to use in the court, and then they steal the one they will use to give the police. So everybody is taken care of in the stealing, they take care of all those. And then why are they using the real estate is where to hide this money. The other one they use, because we did small research on this, the other one they use to buy exotic cars and have car mats in Abuja and in Lagos, selling very big cars. Those monies are put in those places and it is hidden and hidden. So when people like Maska, who are big men, come and buy those cars, they now have been able to bring the illicit money back into use. So tomorrow if you come and meet them and say, how did you make this money? Say, you know what, I used to sell exotic cars. Maska just bought one yesterday. Look at that's the money you see here. That's how they put back the money into the system and it became legit. That is what they've been doing for a long time in Abuja, and it's been there. I mean, some of them buy land and then they recycle that money from the land back into their account. And they tell you, oh, this land we bought it many years ago when land was so cheap. Now, that is how we've sold it and brought it back. These things have been there. Is it that we don't know the people are there? We know. Rudolph, they're not going to change. They know these things happen. Because there's no way you move this money and people will not know. And that's why they refuse to alter the system that giving room for this. The president can run listen, when Buhari was in government, he was running a contract worth trillions of naira that was not captured in the budget. Today, he's still even not doing the same thing. He's still running trillions of naira of projects that's not captured in the system. So you ask yourself, who is appropriating the money and how come these things are being let go? And all they do is they call the man who is sitting in the assembly, who is also himself not legit. And so he has no moral code or standard to say, I won't do what the president is asking me, because you know, if you don't do that, he may pull out your bad, which is that you didn't even buy form to be a senator before you are where you are. Talk more of winning the election. So you can see it goes round. Everybody's trying to protect their own, their own evil they've been doing behind the scene. Now, having said that, my quarrel remains with the Nigerian people. And that is where I'm beginning to get so frustrated. And, one time I was thinking maybe I should just back up and stop, doing anything. Now, you are there. All of you are sitting and suffering. These people are using your public money to enjoy. Did you see Akpabio's convoy? They are using our wealth. You are clapping for them. You are saying they are master strategists. We can't see any strategy anywhere except corruption that's all over. There's nothing master strategy about anything I've seen so far. Because master strategy, listen, and I said this to those of us who are Christians. If being a con artist was a good thing, God wouldn't have changed the name of Jacob from Jacob to Israel. Okay? If that you are a trickster, you know how to trick people and get things that you want, he won't change his name. He changed the name because the name was full of his dubious act, and he didn't want to be identified with that. So he had to take him from being a Jacob to being an Israel, where things are done in the right way. Now, having said that, so it doesn't look as though I'm preaching. Look at the all the people who have outlined today, who have been caught with billions. How many of them has returned that money? Do you know that between those men you have called out today, if you look at the money they've collected alone, we can service education in Nigeria. Let's just say we take all that money, put it into education. We can salvage education. Children don't have to sit on bare floor or sit under the rain to receive lessons. But they go to the court. Now, the court itself have become, I don't know, with everything have just totally collapsed. Because in the first place, if the judiciary is on the first charge account of the federation, how come be it that Wike is building houses for them? What about the money allocated to the judiciary that they get from first count charge? Why can't they build a house for themselves? And how be it that nobody can speak out and say this is illegal? And how be it that the Nigerian people can still sit down and all this is happening and no? Listen, if you want to know how bad the system is, a man loses his daughter and he comes, his daughter is 26 years old. 26 years old lady. Then you come to the public and say, you don't want any autopsy. You don't want any autopsy, you just want to go and bury your dead. What nonsense. And the man who they said lady, lost her life in his house, comes and tells you at the hour of her death. What a stupid statement. which is the hour of her death? How do you know it's the hour of her death? How do you know when she even passed, since you are not in the room? And that's what they're using as your defense for what you are presenting to the Nigerian people. And the Nigerian people are just there saying, Sarah, it don't happen, it don't happen. Nonsense. If we refuse to rise up, a time is going to come when there'll be nobody left to even speak out. That's where we are going, because that's the situation we see. It's not that, listen, north, south, east, or west, wherever you are, the same thing is happening. It's not only happening in one side, it's happening to everybody. And if we keep quiet, they will continuously to use this and recycle their children back into the system that you and I will continue to be where we are. How long will you sit down and allow them to use your money, enjoy themselves, and you are telling them, Oga, which Oga? So you see, you look, the system doesn't even allow you. Rudolph, just imagine it, that one senator in America or one governor in America can still have a word is told, and you think you'll be there? I'm not saying there's no corruption in America, but the one person they find, that one person, you think that the jail in America will not take, the system will not go through and put that person in jail? That's the question we should ask ourselves. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I see Eagle's Air. It's been a while.
7 minutes, 45 seconds. 7 minutes, 45 seconds.
I know. My adversary. I know you are there.
So why are you criticizing? Why are you criticizing our leaders? How dare you criticizing our government? They're not keeping to time. They're not doing well.
Everybody here, my brother with the glasses. You spoke more than everybody here. I will not even tell you to remove your glasses because we allow you to speak with glasses.
All right, Solly. Hold on, okay.
You are a dictator.
Eagle said, welcome. KJ, I wanted to take issues with some of the things you said, but I don't want to give you more time because that's what it will lead to. But you talked about blaming the Nigerian people. I always worry about blaming the Nigerian people. We here in America, we are watching what's happening in Washington. We have a president who made $2 billion in the last 1 year. And it's unprecedented. It's something that no other president in the history of this country has ever done. And the American people are not reacting. So when you expect people to react,
did he make it from your government money?
We are in a new world. Did he go to the
Central Bank of America and took that money? We're not concerned if
After all, bribing and lobbying are two different things.
You see, that's the problem with Nigeria. When I want to hide under something, we are not. These people are making, our own government people are making both money from government of Nigeria and outside of the system. They are awarding themselves a contract and still stealing our money.
KJ, bribing. What is the difference between bribing and lobbying? What's the difference?
Just to put KJ in his place. KJ, the stealing in Nigeria did not start with government money. They started with collecting money from contractors. This is how all these things start. Today, they are opening the whole thing, the whole book, and carry money. It starts like that. Continue to put your head in the sand. Because
I am a student. I am a student of Americano. I'm a student of Americano, and I know when Americano, when I read that book, at least so we knew what we were building, and we accepted to be building it. You can't blame them. All I'm simply saying, I'm not saying there's no corruption in America. I'm simply saying that nobody goes to the Central Bank of America and collect government money and goes scot-free. And that's what I'm simply saying. I'm not saying that there's never going to be any time we wipe out corruption, but I'm saying those who are identified, the law should take its course. They should respond the money they've taken. Not to, allow them to go with it. They should refund the money they've taken and pay interest on it. Simple.
All right. Thank you. One day we will debate these things, hopefully, because I can tell you that Malami did not go to the central bank to collect money. If you actually look at how he made this money, you find out mostly it may be people maybe buying over things that were confiscated from other people, maybe people who are doing favors for him for the favors he did for them. There was a case under, I think, the military. I think Abacha, one of Abacha's guy, even had a property in Onitsha. The guy had, I don't think the guy had ever been to Onitsha before, but obviously he did something for somebody, and the person said, "Take my house. It's on number 7 Iweka Road," and they put his name there. That's it. So we know how these things go. The things are anyway. Eagle sir, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone.
Yeah.
It has been a while.
Yeah.
I hope people can hear me clearly.
We can hear you. How is India?
Okay.
Now let's just bring you come back.
India actually went to the moon. There's a private company that sent spacecraft to up in the space. I had it on BBC. It was a big deal.
The issue in India is that India always develop themselves 247, both in technology. What other countries are doing, they are trying to do their own. This is a country that is serious about their well-being of their country and about the future. They don't play about the future. They like to be in the forefront of whatever thing that is happening. That is India for you. And there is something that I want us to understand when we are talking about a former AGF. In India here, the chief minister of the Delhi, the capital, here is in prison up till now. Why? He just used $12,000, $12 million that he used to sponsor his party member in another state. And when they discover, he's still a chief minister, but he finds himself inside jail. Even chief judge at the time of the matter said that he should remain inside jail until they get the information and everything. At the end of the day, when they find out the truth, he's still inside jail up till tomorrow because of that little corruption. And when I heard the news, I was saying, $12 million. We have some people carry billions of dollars in Nigeria. We are still walking around. Now, we are talking about corruption in Nigeria. How do we expect that corruption will go? When somebody that is sit at the helm or the affair of Nigeria, nobody here can say that he knows the uncle or a sister or an auntie of the president of Nigeria. Who knows his uncle? Who knows his sister? Nobody knows. Now, you are saying I talk about the corruption in Nigeria. How are we going to solve the problem? But we forgot that the Senate president, popularly known as Abagio, in 2019, after the drama that said, off the mic. What happened to him? Because it's aligning with people that is leading corruption. Now, in 2026, what they call it, electoral law, and we have forgotten that in that electoral law, they say that if you call somebody after election, the person win the election, and it find out that the person has a fake document, that he will not use it against that person in a law court. What do you expect? That is, if you have something against anybody that don't have any document, valid document, and you cannot use it against that person, who enacted the law? Who passed the law? It's not the people that we have in the Senate and National House of Assembly. Then how do you expect that kind of thing to work? Now, concerning the AGF, now I want you to understand that the problem that he has is because he pulled away from APC, he pulled away from Tinubu, and they say, okay, since he feels that he knows something, we need to cripple you, we need to fight against you. So it is to the 805. All this is a political matter that is going on. At the end of the day, I'm not going to get anything tangible from it. I'm telling the truth. Oshomole has said it. Join APC, your sins will be forgiven. Only thing Malami is supposed to do now is to declare APC. He found out now everything will just go down like no other man business. Now, what about this woman that's in charge of what they call it, women affair from Anambra State? What happened to the case? Today, do you hear anything concerning the case? No. He was a member of APC. Nothing will happen to him. But the problem we have as a citizen of Nigeria is that we keep on fighting ourselves. I have people say that, why do you talk about this? Why do you talk about it? We keep on fighting ourselves, and they're taking advantage of us. When we say the truth of what is going on in Nigeria, this person say, why do you say so and so thing? But we know the truth. We know the truth. We know how everything was. Now, you are talking about Malami. We forgot that, what they call it, chief staff of what they call it, Tinubu. How did he come to Nigeria? It's not the crime that he committed in US. They seize his license for operating as a lawyer. Where is he now? He's in Nigeria. He's controlling money. You play a video here concerning Daniel Buala, or the question they ask him concerning the minister, is it the minister of finance or something nature or what else? You see the answer he gave because he knows the truth. Now, what about the woman, former minister of economy? Oh, okay. What they call, is it what they call it? This central bank. They are claiming that he has OND or HND. At the end of the day, where is she? So there has been a system of corruption in Nigeria that whenever you see this government, you see it's as if that this government is worse than this government. But when you look at the former government, you find out that the system they have built, it is very hard for us to do what, to correct it. Solly was talking about just where he put that grammar. But I want you to understand that if Peter be somebody like Peter, I'm not here to advertise Peter or something. If somebody like Peter have a little dent when he was a governor in Anambra State, do you think that he'll be free to walk around? Yes, this would have carried him since. Then talk about, and so I summarize with this, please, Rudolph. You talk about this race of walls. If it is somebody that is not a member of APC, this kind of thing happen in South, do you think that Nigeria will rest? Do you think Wike will shut his mouth? Do you think that Umahi will shut his mouth? Do you think that Daniel Guala will shut his mouth? Do you think that, what do they call it, this foolish old man that call himself spokesman of the president, do you think he will shut his mouth? Because this thing has happened to APC member. That's why everywhere is calm. None of them in government, in APC government, none of them open their mouth to talk. But let it be somebody that is opposition and things happen in their house now. Things to happen. What is it that makes a man, the father of the 26-year-old girl, will say that no need to go for autopsy, no need, give me the cup, let me bury. That's just let's review over it. That's the system of corruption that has built in Nigeria that nobody will be able to question them and ask them what is going on. Rudolph, for us to change the problem of Nigeria, we that in this segment need to stop fighting ourselves and embrace the truth and nothing more. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. We are going to round up. There's a new stream starting with Ose, did you speak on this topic? I don't know. You keep coming in and out. I lost track of who
Well,
spoke.
I've been here. I've been on the background listening. It's all right.
All right. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, we've spoken at length.
Did you on this topic?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been listening to the other panelists speaking. I don't know where to begin, but I was able to relate the Malami issue to the passage of John chapter 10, verse 10 for the Christian people here. That particular portion of the Bible says that the thief has come to steal, to kill, and to destroy. And when I pull that directly to what we see today with the Nigerian politician, and even biblical scholars will say that the thief in that particular portion of the Bible is the devil. And if we look closely, the damages to the rulers of Nigeria today, they are executing what I call the threefold demonic mission that was said in the John 10:10. Because through their bottomless greed, what we have seen is that they have stolen the commonwealth of Nigeria. They have killed the innocent people, and they have also completely destroyed the future of our next generation. I mean, we live in a country where kids have been stolen from schools. I mean, their future has been tainted already. So we have these economic demons, that have brought us this literary, I would call it a financial Armageddon upon the Nigerian people. And to really understand how deep this demonic act has been going for a long time, particularly with Malami. Let's look at where this guy is coming from. Malami is from. He's from Binikebi. Many of these northern politicians, and that's what they do, this northern elite, they have this perfected, cynical way of acting. They are very pharisaic. They are very performative because they wrap themselves in this their traditional barbariga and they speak outside every time on their stations and they shed tears. When you see them, you think they care so much about their people. Go and look at where Malami is from. Abject poverty. Go and look at where it's from. Our elders, they have this adage that they say that if a chief priest allows a shrine to be desecrated, he has turned himself to an outcast. Malami was appointed to be the chief priest, but what has it done? So because when we look at these old events and this old Luciferious event that has unfolded and it's still unfolding in Nigeria, you see, what we see is that he has successfully weaponized his office to execute some kind of peculatus. That's an absolute systematic asset stripping of the nation. Malami signed a document under oath before the notary public, stating that his entire net worth was 41 million naira, and his monthly take home at that time that he said it was 400,000 naira. How does that amount to billions? Billions. If we look at the money he stole, the money alone could completely build, finish, and fully equip over 3,000 modern primary health centers across even the states. So this is the same person that will come on TV and be speaking Hausa. You will think he cares so much about the Hausa people, stolen their entire lifetime. This money, this man stole could completely fund the primary and secondary education in his place. So it could transform hundreds of rural villages. But what do we have today by these people? So I see them as demons. And what they have done is that they have brought up the Armageddon on the people of Nigeria. So it's a sad situation that we are in Nigeria because these things would not stop today. And it will not stop. Like you rightly said, it will keep happening over and over again. And I would say unequivocally that we do not have institutions in Nigeria. We don't have that. Nothing is working. Because if you have a president that can, at will, jump the rule of law and do whatever he wants, tell me. So it's a problem. It's a problem. And I think, again, I'm saying that we should be worried. I'm not worried about myself particularly, but I'm very worried about the future of the young people that we are giving birth to today in Nigeria. What is their future going to look like? And it worries me because if I look ahead, 50 years, 100 years from now, what are they going to be saying? You have stolen their future away by these same people. So all this tribal bigotry and all this religious charade should stop. When you see them, these northern elites that have stolen so much now, you see them, you think they are so caring about their people. No, their performance, their whiskey and Davido just showing. So I'm really sad that this is happening in a nation with one of the lowest what's it called, quality of life. Look at our kids on the street, roving with stuff on their head. In the southwest today, most of our young guys have turned to Agbero. It's now a hub for Agbero now today. So I don't know, but I believe that there's going to be a time that the people will rise up and do something about this whole thing going on. People have talked about this so much, but I just want us to look at the perspective of this performance that will come on TV and arrest Kanu and speak Hausa so that they will hail him. Oh, he's so aligning. This is sad and it's demonic. It's demonic, and I think every average, well-meaning Nigerian should look into this and be very concerned about the future of that establishment. If at all we have one. Let me say for now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for that. I think everybody we're all weighed in on this topic, and okay, Sully, you can ask a question. Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. KJ, it was supposed to be directed to Mr. KJ mostly. I mostly come here and I hear a lot of doom, and gloom. Oh, Nigeria is going to, like Nigeria is going to self-destruct next week if possible. But when I talk to a lot of people from the Southwest, I don't know, and I do my research, it doesn't seem like Nigeria is going to, it seems like, things are getting a bit better, even though things are still bad. Like when Mr. Maska was talking about how it has become harder and harder and harder for them to loot money, I wasn't even really aware. But I started to connect the dots. And I realized that if they go along that trajectory, eventually to get to a point in time where they won't need to fight corruption, it will just become almost impossible to be corrupt. And I when I do my research, I see a lot of opportunities from all the people that I speak to, uncles, aunties, friends. They don't have this gloom and doom energy. So my question is, especially from Mr. Rudolph, because last week when I came here, you said you knew somebody was going to Nigeria and you said good luck to the person. Like, what do you really believe that Nigeria can never work?
No, I don't. Personally, of course, I don't. If I think it won't work, I won't be doing this. I have this saying that the ideals of Nigeria, they've not been tried and found wanting. They've been found difficult and left untried. I still consider Nigeria a country that has failed. It doesn't mean it can reactivate its ideals and survive. And it failed because the people who actually failed it are the people who are running the country. It's to their benefit that it works the way it works. Malami, hold on. Malami will not survive in America as a lawyer, not to talk about as Attorney General. All these people you see, Okowa, all those characters, there's a reason why they run back to Nigeria. They can live in the West, but they won't. Even your professors, most of the professors, good ones, they can survive and be professors here, but they won't come here and live. Most of them cannot. I'm not saying all of them for that reason, but most of them, they won't be able to, because it's not easy to do the kind of things they do there and get away with it, especially the politicians. So I'm not saying that Nigeria has failed. I go to Nigeria all the time. If I'm saying, maybe you misunderstood the context, but I'm not saying that people should not go to Nigeria. That's not me.
Please, Mr. Rudolph, send me your statement. I need to use it in my debate with Chris, that the ideals of Nigeria
have not been tried and found. They've not been tried and found wanting. They've been found difficult.
But Dr. Dameji, what was there in Nigeria? As far as I'm concerned, there's never a time that we achieve sovereignty. So if we don't have sovereignty of our own, what idea are you talking about? Is it idea to Nigeria or one part of? I don't think there's nothing like one Nigeria. Where is the idea coming from?
The answer to you is that the idea of a sovereign Nigeria.
Ovie, there's no country in the world that is totally independent of other countries. Even the United Kingdom used to be the one running the world, but now they depend on the United States. So if you're talking about Nigerian dependency and not being,
but my point is that at what point have we ever been independent? That's my question. I'm not saying have we ever been any point in our history that we are independent of our own.
You want me to go back and play you Rufai, where he was almost crying, where he was talking about
performance. That's election performance.
No, it's not performance.
You don't need to do that. Ovie doesn't listen when people talk. He didn't hear what you said.
I hear what he said. I'm asking a question. At what point there was idea of Nigeria? At one point, I'm asking the question. I'm asking. I'm not arguing.
When we got our independence, people were very optimistic. If you read There Was a Country by Chinua Achebe, go and read it. At the beginning part of the book, we tell you how they were very optimistic about how that country could be transformed and lead the Black world. That was the driving force for those people who negotiated to form one country. They understood the importance of having a strong, big country that could lead the Black nations of the world. And if you watch the stories of that period, even leaders of the civil rights movements in America, they were looking up to Nigeria. They were thinking that they could work with Nigeria everywhere in the world. Even the Kenyans, people who are now fighting Nigeria because Nigeria failed. If you succeed, your family will like you, everything will, but if you fail, people will abuse you. Nigeria failed. It's not over. But it depends on people like Sully, that generation, to take it
No,
from
the reason I asked, that part have not been talked enough. If I say I don't know, or if I'm there, maybe I dey argue, right? Because at what point does this stop being in Nigeria? These are the conversations young people don't know, right? Because at one point it was in Nigeria. At one point we lost that oneness, that ideology. At one point, and where are these ideas? At which angle are they being discussed, right? It's a question I'm asking. I'm not pushing back. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. It's just a question to understand better. Well, those ideas, what are they and where are they from?
So there was something I said about Trump now. I didn't put it in proper context. So when things happen to a country, it's not one day. The country will not collapse one day. It's little by little. So I mentioned, and I see the comments on the comment section, but we didn't have time to deal with that. When a president starts breaking the norm, okay? When there's a proverb that says, when you see a fence out there, don't put it down until you know why it was up. When you give excuses for that, and another president comes in and does the same thing, at a point, this country will become a shithole country. Nigeria, if you look at the parliament we had in 60, 61, 62, okay, it wasn't what we are doing now. It was moving in the right direction. But gradually, we started bringing down the fences. We think it's okay to do this, it's okay to do that. And we ended up where we ended up. And that's exactly what people are worried when they look at when they look at what's going on in the United States and other parts of the world. So it's a gradual process. It's not at one point that you say, okay, this is where everything now collapses. We don't have a Nigeria anymore. But it's up to people, younger people now, because I don't have confidence in these old people. I've listened to them. I see what they say in private. I see how they behave when most of them, they don't hide it anymore. They are just telling you that they know there's no time for them anymore. They just, anyway, but we have to go. I know that Forefathers, he's ready, he's preparing to come on. But I want to say, maybe if anybody has a rant, okay, and maybe this is a good way to end. If anybody has a rant, maybe we can rant and end it. And I want to start from where I stopped. Oh no, I want to end with where I started. Last week, Forefather, one man came here and said something about the government, how they handled the people. I'm hearing noise. It's distracting. Ovi, I think it's from you. Okay. All right. So he talked about how the government did this scientific operation and released these kids that were kidnapped. And what was in my head is, I don't know, I've seen so many governments. Sometimes you have hope that Obasanjo will do something. Obasanjo failed. You have hope that Jonathan, Yaradua, and everything continues. I don't know why people have this confidence in governments, especially governments they don't even know. They are not part of it. They don't know what's going on behind the scene. And they come out and boldly say things about a government. Somebody wrote on the comment section when I was talking about Trump, and the person was saying, oh, Trump is squeaky clean. Trump will not steal money. Trump is, I'm like, do you know Trump? Why will you say that? Do you know Tinubu? Why would you come out and be saying things about government? You don't even know the inner workings of the government. Now we're hearing stories about what actually happened behind the scene, how these kids were released. Totally different from what people are boldly coming out to defend. It worries me. I hope people understand that I don't trust any politician. If you sign up and say you're a politician, I'm not going to trust you. I'm not there. I'm not with you when you go out to meet at night. Why will I come out and be talking as if I'm sure this person will not steal money? This person is good. This person is... No. Your job is to hold them to account, critique them, watch them, verify what they are saying. Especially when they say you should verify. Go and verify. You have to. Don't believe what they are telling you, no matter how sweet, no matter how wonderful their speeches are. You don't fall for that. When you talk to people who are in government, they scare you if they trust you. And sometimes people say reporters they deal with gossips. No, that's a false story narrative. Reporters actually get more stories than they can ever share with you. Half of what they get is off the record. If you have been with a governor behind the scene, not where there are cameras, when nobody's there, what you see there will give you reasons to fear for your country. I spent one evening with a governor, and that was a good governor, not the bad ones. We're so far away from the basic standard of the rest of the world. Most people have never seen that. Most people have never seen a local government chairman, a commissioner in action. Spend 6 hours with them. Watch them. Listen to them talk. You'll be scared. You won't have any reason to come out and say they're about to build you Dubai because they said it. So please, I wish we have this privileged position when they say the media is the fourth estate. Sometimes you get into places you wouldn't have gotten into because you are part of the media. But again, we are constrained by not being able to say everything you see. But it troubles me when people will write that Trump will not do that. He's squeaky clean. Do you know Trump? Have you seen him before? That Tinubu, they did a surgical walk and they were able to get these kids out and nothing, please. All right, that's my rant. Obia, go next.
All right. Where I asked you if there was a country in Nigeria, I asked you based on the fact that at that beginning that you talked about, it was negotiated. And in terms of the negotiation, nobody has been able to convince me these are the terms. I agree with you that even at the presence of that negotiation, those who are at the table had an idea what the type of country they want. So whatever they could take at the table of negotiation, they took it anyway. And they were bent on building a nation that they believe will stand the test of time. Now, if I want to go by your story, that plan was truncated. Truncated by who? Because we don't actually talk about that enough. Truncated by the same people who gave us the sovereignty. So that's why I asked, when you say the Nigerian idea, it's not that they were rejected, but they are not being talked about in the Manashu. What are those ideas? Was it the one that was shared by those that were on the Awolowo's and the rest of them? And if that is the case, how come 50 years on, nobody is taking to either of those three ideas? As far as I'm concerned, all the leaders will be producing, even the emerging leaders, they were all bent on strengthening whatever that we have now that is foreign to us. So when we keep talking about the Nigerian idea, and I will always ask, what is that idea? Is it the idea of Awolowo of what Nigerians should be? The idea of Zik? The idea of Tafawa Balewa? Because these are three distinct ideas. But in a way, because of the situation they find themselves, they were forced to put those ideas on the table and make the Nigerian state work. Of course, it was truncated and nobody's ready to follow that path. And those who dare to either clinch to any of the idea. So if I'm asking, where is this Nigerian idea? It's not necessarily because I want to argue. I am putting that there because nobody is able to, because if the ideas were there, because I'm not saying the ideas are bad or are good, because if the ideas are there, somebody will be head bent on trying to bring it to the national consciousness. Because because when it comes to the idea of how the system should work, there's no difference between Tinubu, Obi, or Pass. Every one of them that come through that space, and even those who are screaming to be, yes, one can argue for Showore, who, by rhetoric and everything, is trying to see Nigeria from a different perspective. But other than that, I mean, we should I not settle that is the Nigerian idea, what Showore is preaching, because it's different from every one of them. So I am caught in between. Yeah.
I just want to correct. I said ideals, not idea. Yeah. So anyway.
Yeah. What are those ideals?
I've told you one of them. One of them is that that Nigeria, the original concept for most of the people who did this was that Nigeria has a place in the Black world, that we should be the leader, we should be the anchor nation for all Black people around the world. That's an ideal. Okay.
But that concept is coming from the population, because that's the most considered Black people in the world. Of course, I don't think that should be an idea that is so common. A normal thing where a majority of people are concentrated, one expect much from them. That's the good to this argument.
It's about how you project yourself. And you remember there was during Gowon's time, Nigeria went and paid workers in Jamaica because we had money and we felt that it's our role that we are leading the Blackness. So anyway, we shouldn't go into this now. Next time we can zero in.
No, it's a conversation we should have, because they went to Jamaica to take care of, because don't forget we are among the Commonwealth of Nations. But that's another thing we don't talk about much. If you are among the Commonwealth of Nations, where's your sovereignty coming from? All these benevolent acts. All these benevolent acts that were displayed in the 60s and the 50s and the 80s towards other countries. Are we sure they are not doing it under duress? So these are the questions I'm asking. It's not that I'm not seeing all these things.
Mr. Rudolph, with your permission, since it's ranting time, I'm not going to rant. I'll just respond to
go ahead.
Calcitrant brother that I have. Even though I buy into a lot of his worldview, but I think sometimes he doesn't listen. What Mr. Rudolph said, the ideals of Nigeria. Okay. And therefore, obviously, it's not going to. You are now talking about individuals, Azikiwe, Awolowo, and this. I don't know where you are going. How did?
But what is that ideal? That's my question. I don't know. But explain it to me. I'm not pushing, but it's a valid question. What is that ideal? I don't know. I'm a Nigerian all my life, so let me know what the ideal is.
Listen, he has given you one example. The leader of the Black nation. That's one. Number two, I mean, look, this you can't.
That's Hold on. That's an expectation based on the share population and size. It's an expectation. That's not an ideal. It's not nothing.
Okay. So hold on.
So what stops an expectation from being an ideal?
An expectation from outside doesn't mean that is my expectation.
People are attempting to answer.
It's the Nigerian expectation.
You should answer my question out of, let's say.
And I am answering you. An expectation is no matter. That is what the outside world is expecting you. But what are we expecting of ourselves is the question I asked.
To be the leaders of Black people.
No, when we never be the leader of ourselves. On what ground?
Okay, hold on. Let me give you an example so this will make it clear for you. Indonesia is in terms of population, the largest Muslim nation in the world. Indonesia is not trying to lead the Islamic world. So it's not about population. The people who fought for independence in Nigeria, who negotiated, decided that one of the ideals, one of the reasons why they want to do this is that they want to position Nigeria to be this to the Black world. It's an ideal, it's a proposition. They decided it, not the world that gave it to them. Indonesia is.
You don't see the contradiction. You don't see the contradiction there.
England.
Dr. Dameji. Who, just like I did now, make they expect you, or make you the thoughts they want to tell us, say, I am going to read the podcast world. I go ask you, the one where you get now, is it yours?
You're going to
No,
do
just
what?
like now, you come tell you are announcing to us here, right? That you are going to be the leader of the talk show world on the internet, right? The
Okay,
question I will ask you first. Hold on. Hold on now. Look, Pastor, please hold on, Master. The question I will ask you: do you own this show first? That's the question I will ask.
Hold on, Mr.
So hold on. So the Nigeria, before you say,
Ovie, you are going in a tangent that is not okay. Even a slave has aspirations, has ideals. He is owned completely, legally and physically by somebody. But you cannot say that he does not at least have the ideal of one day he will be free. What are we talking
all right.
about?
Thank you, Master. Let me answer you, and that will be the end because we have to end and go to. We can discuss this another time. The ideal of this channel.
Rudolph, can you give me 1 minute or 2 minutes?
I'll give you. Ovie, the ideals. One of the ideals of this channel is that it's possible to have an open platform like this where anybody can come and air their view. It's possible for us to interact. It's an ideal. We have not achieved it. There are problems that come as a result of that. We know that. So that's why it's an ideal, and we're working on it. Okay? So I want to understand the concept, but we can't debate that today.
We are working to be the leader of the black race, but we are not working.
You can question the forefathers why they came up with that idea. There are so many ideals of Nigeria. But
that is the question I'm asking, because that is what you are propagating. I'm asking it, and Max I say, no, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm questioning that ideal. For what gave you that infantry to say, I want to read the blackboard when you never stand on your leg, knowing that your leg where you take stand, they borrow you. It's a legitimate question.
All right, Ovie, we can go on another time.
Please, I want to say something. When you talk about the ideals, these people that get us the independent, they have something that they projected Nigeria to be in future. How do I mean? One of the ideals to make Nigeria one of the strong nations or one of the strong allies to Westerner. Number one, on December 23rd, 1974, under the historical agreement, Nigeria provided $240 million in net assurance to the World Bank in services. That means Nigeria lent money to World Bank. Those years I'm talking about, 1974, I'm talking about. Even UK always want to go to World Bank and do what and borrowed money. They need help from the World Bank. But Nigeria, people that got the ideals, that got the independence for Nigeria, projected Nigeria as one of the leading nations from the black nation. Two, second ideals I want us to understand where these people projected Nigeria. When they have Sierra Leone war, when there's war in Sierra Leone, what happened? Is it not Nigeria that lead the ECOMOG to make the peace? What does that show? The ideals that Nigeria want to, they're projecting Nigeria in a situation they want to be one of the world power or the nation that is forefront of the African nation. Second one, I want to talk about this one. The third one means when South Africa are in problem fighting for their independence, do you know what Nigeria did? The ideals of Nigeria to be a helping hand to have black nation is to do what? To help out South Africa. Nigeria spent millions of dollars to do what? To save South Africans. That means Nigerians have projected the ideals that they have projected to be a lead nation to a black nation. That's why whenever any other country in Africa look up to Nigeria, because they have seen and understand what Nigeria have projected themselves to be, then because of that now they have a wrong leadership, wrong direction that makes them to do what? To look down on us. Who is South Africa to look down on Nigeria? Because we have the wrong people. The ideals they have initial time, and Atiku and Co. have the initial time, have we do what? Have we destroyed? That's why Nigeria is having problems they're having right now. So the ideas we are talking about, what we projected yourself to be in future, what are the vision that you projected yourself to be? Rudolph talk about Indonesia. Indonesia, they look themselves and what they did they have. They invested in education. Today, Indonesia is a strong nation. people can emulate from, people can look up to. That's the main thing I want to talk about these ideals. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Sully, let's hear from you, and then we thank the people that helped us.
I'll end my rant the same way I've been ending it mostly. Go back to your region. Go and build up your region. You know, because when you go back to Nigeria, it's white people that will be selling you land. It's white people that will be selling you house. And they will not make it affordable for you because they will want to bring more of their people there. You may see nothing in your land, but these white people see everything in your land, you know, and you cannot stay abroad forever. White people will make it uncomfortable for you to stay abroad. That is their culture. That is how they've always been for years. You know, they are not just going to change overnight. Go back and invest in your land. You know, that's just all I'll say. Because other white people are investing in your land.
All right. Thank you so much, Sully. Once again, let me remind people that tomorrow at special time 11 a.m., which is 4 p.m. in Nigeria, we are going to have Farida Bemba joining us she's from Togo, a writer, Pan-Africanist, and human rights defender. She will talk about understanding the changes facing the French in French-speaking parts of Africa and how that will have impact on African unity. And then on the regular time, we are going to have Dr. Salako joining us. He's in the editorial board of Tribune newspaper in Ibadan. He's also a columnist for that newspaper. He will join us to talk about how we can have, or if it's possible, to have a healthy democracy without a vibrant opposition, independent judiciary, and a free press. So if you can join us, we will appreciate that. Now, let me thank those who supported us today. Real K, thank you so much for your support. Chris, thank you so much. Oscar Blackbone, thank you. And Ibo Basics, thank you. All right. And then, of course, the people behind the scene who helped me out. Our executive producer, some of the pictures and videos I showed you guys, I didn't see them until today. Thank you so much for your help. The people who also are writing and doing other works behind the scene for us in Nigeria, Ngozeka, Ebike, Ola, and other people. Thank you for all your help. All right. Until tomorrow, I will see you guys on 19 minutes.
Wait, you never tag me now.
Masker, thank you so much.
How many hours don't give you?
Solid, thank you so much. Igu said, thank you so much. Ovia, thank you so much. Forefathers will be live next. I think he's already in the studio. And,
nobody come here because she is doing a good job behind the scene. People come here because people like me are controversial. That's why people come here.
That's true. That's true. That's true. I agree. People tell me that whenever I travel, people tell me, you know, this Ovia. What brand? What is it? Brand they call smoking thing? What grade? I don't know. They ask what grade of.
and I'm not going to forget, at least 35% to 40% of people they come because of masker. Right, yeah. So we should this deserves a special thank because we don't hear their view every day.
I gotta go. Thank you. Oh, England is leading by 2-0, just in case you care. Those who are not watching. All right. Thank you.
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀ o. Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la bá, ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí. Lọ́nà èyí yóò.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. That's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam, thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha.